All right. Good morning. Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by updating the OPPD website, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on April 9th, 2021. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will conduct a closed session to discuss two items. One, powering the future to 2050, and two, power with purpose. We will conclude the discussion no later than 9:45 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and OPPD staff to join. We will begin public session at approximately 10 a.m. and receive reports from each committee. Director Moody, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
We do. I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 8:31 a.m. to discuss two topics, powering the future to 2050, which is OPPD's 30-year strategic future business planning effort. And second, Power with Purpose, OPPD's solar natural gas generation resource project. With respect to powering the future to 2050, the discussion of OPPD's strategic future business planning issues over the next 30 years, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion will involve competitively sensitive information related to district assets and potential business strategy that would create a competitive disadvantage to the district if known by its business competitors or used in the energy marketplace. The discussion also is preliminary, and any strategic plans or initiatives that are proposed by the board or management for adoption or approval will be presented and discussed in future public meetings. With respect to the update on the Power with Purpose Generation Resource Project, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion will involve competitively sensitive utility infrastructure information, including potential pricing and types and locations of resources that would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by its business competitors, and also would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by potential contractors and property owners that may be involved in the infrastructure projects. The update also may involve discussion of legal matters, including contract negotiation matters that are protected by the attorney-client privilege.
Okay, this motion requires a second to move forward. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Henders, will you call roll?
Bogner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Mulhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, the motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding powering the future to 2050, which is OPPD's 30-year strategic future business planning effort, and Power with Purpose, OPPD's solar and natural gas generation resource project. No votes or other action will be taken. So at this time, public attendees will be removed from the WebEx event, and we will stop the event recording. All right, my clock says 10 a.m., so we will get going here. A motion and second is required to reconvene an open session. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mike. Let's see. Ms. Centers, will you call roll?
Bogner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Mulhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, the motion to come out of closed session at 10 a.m. is carried. This closed session was limited to discussion regarding Powering the Future to 2050, which is OPPD's 30-year strategic future business planning effort, and Power with Purpose, OPPD's solar and natural gas generation resource project. No votes or other board action were taken during the closed session. All right, earlier before the closed session, I made the announcement regarding public notice of this meeting. As a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Let's see, per the board's guidelines for public participation, we do not take public comment during the all-committee meeting. We will take public comments at the board meeting on Thursday, April 15th. The board meeting will be conducted in person at the Omaha Douglas Civic Center and will begin at 5 p.m. The public may attend in person or remotely via WebEx events. Joining me today via WebEx are my fellow board members, Mike Kavanaugh, Sarah Howard, Janice Mulhoff, Craig Moody, Mary Spurgeon, Eric Williams, and Rick Yoder. We also have President and CEO Tim Burke, our General Counsel Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, members of our senior management team, and OPPD staff. Additionally, we currently have, I think, three members of the public attending this meeting. And then we have additional OPPD employees also in attendance. We conducted a closed session earlier to discuss two topics: Powering the Future to 2050, which is OPPD's 30-year strategic planning effort, and Power with Purpose, OPPD's solar and natural gas generation resource project. Today, we will hear the following committee reports. Director Moody will give the governance report. Director Yoder will give the finance report. Director Williams will give the systems management and nuclear oversight report. And Director Mulhoff will give the public information report. At this time, CEO Burke will give the safety briefing. Tim?
Great. Thank you very much, and welcome everybody. As we have talked about over the last several months, we're going to continue with our 3 W's, to wear a mask, to wash your hands, and watch your distance relative to COVID-19. And I'm going to add a 4th W here, wishing that everyone who has the ability to get a vaccine gets a vaccine, not only for their benefit, their family's benefit, but their friends and their coworkers. And that's been a part of the commitment and the messaging that we provided to our OPPD staff, who is doing a great job of getting their vaccines as the vaccine process has opened up to all. So hopefully that continues. The other safety item that we're going to bring is less about industrial safety and more about personal health and safety. And 2020 was kind of one of those years, and I'll speak personally for myself. I was supposed to have my kind of 10-year preventative health specific colonoscopy as an example. I don't want to get into details here, but that was put off in 2020. And 2021 is really a great opportunity for us to get back to our own personal and preventative health measures. And so I would encourage everybody to do that, and all those things that we postponed in 2020 to get back up and get to our routines of preventative health checkups and measures and wellness checks as we move forward, kind of at the end or where we are relative to COVID-19. So that concludes my safety briefing today. Thank you very much.
All right, at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Director Moody for the Governance Committee Chair report.
Thank you, Chair Wagner. It's a pleasure to go first today again. We're going to spend the majority of our time talking about and sharing with the public the update on where we are with respect to the CEO selection process. The governance committee did meet last week. You can see the agenda in front of you. I'll hit most of those items here. Actually, let's do this. I'll just give you a quick update on some of those items, and then I'm going to go to the CEO selection process last, and then we'll button it up there. That's okay. With respect to powering the future, as was discussed at our March all committees meeting, and board members, you're in tune with this, and we had a closed session meeting discussion this morning about it. So mostly for the public, as a reminder, we discussed this and talked about it a little bit in March. There was a closed session in March as well, but the Powering the Future 2050 is really in response to the board's strategic directives and the net zero by 2050 goal that the board set in 2019. So CEO Burke and the SMT felt it necessary to put together a vision framework for 2050 to achieve these goals, the goals of the policies. Obviously, our strategic directives, the board's strategic directives really kind of define the longer term vision for the organization. And the Powering the Future is really a manifestation of those things. So today, the board convened briefly in closed session to consider strategic business planning issues over the next 30 years and had some good discussions. We will be engaging we've got additional conversations coming in the forthcoming months, in the next couple months, and then sometime still to be determined, but we're targeting kind of the July timeframe. May evolve, but that's when we're hoping to have something that is ready for public stakeholder input. So that's the very abridged version. Just wanted to share that quickly with for the public, just so that something is happening, good work is happening, but there will be multiple opportunities for public input down the road. 3 on the governance committee chair report, we'll be hearing the SD1 strategic foundation monitoring report later today. 4 board work plan discussions. So we as a governance committee are still, one of the things that we wanted to do and was have a discussion about how we in this all committees group meeting discuss our board work plan. You may recall in March we had a discussion about it. And so this was our opportunity to kind of step back and go, how did that go? What worked? What didn't work? What can we do better? Because the board work plan, as you all know, is a kind of a new tool for us to use. And so it's still evolving. We're still finding ways to refine it. We had a really good discussion, and it seemed to me one of the a few important takeaways. One was making sure that we're clear with respect to what the process is for what gets on the work plan, how it gets out of the parking lot, and how we engage the senior management team and our CEO in particular in thinking about if we as a board are holding up X as something we want to do, how does that relate to and fit within all of the other work that is going on? Is it a big lift? Is it a minor lift? Can it happen quickly? Is it going to take multiple months? And how much time and energy is going to be necessary in order for us to get what we're really looking for? So that's going to be a dynamic process as we go through this. So I think that clarifying what that is and looks like and making sure that we've got a good line of sight into how that works is something that I think is a priority going forward. And I would also say that there was some recognition that the board work plan is very, very high level and probably doesn't do a good enough job of really archiving and institutionalizing the history of conversations for something that's on the work plan. So that's one of the things that I think we want to take a look at. That doesn't mean that everything on the work plan needs 10 pages, right? But we want to make sure that there's a little bit more clarity so that when you look at it, especially for those of you that are new and maybe weren't involved in the conversation in 2019, you've got some context so you can start to wrap your head around what it is. I'll be the first to admit that, I lose sight of things all the time. And so I want to make sure that we've got a mechanism by which we can capture that information and not repeat conversations over and over and over. So those are the big things. We obviously discussed our board work plan. We've got one item on there that I believe is in the parking lot. So we'll talk about that later today. Okay, I think we can go to the next slide. Actually, before we do that, other governance committee members, anything that I missed that was important that we need to highlight before we talk about the CEO selection process?
Nothing to add
Pause
right
for
now.
coffee. Okay, let's keep going. Mo, if you could go to the next slide, please. There we go. So this is the visual timeline that we shared last month with respect to what the CEO selection process was going to be and look like. We're right on track. The last week or so in particular, there's been a heck of a lot of activity to get prepared for what's going to happen. So quick summary, public comment period wrapped up on April 6th. I'm going to give an update on everything, and then I want to talk a little bit in more detail about what we heard from our stakeholders, but that wrapped up on April 6th. The application deadline for internal candidates to raise their hand and say, I'd like to be considered, was on April 9th. We have 5 applicants that we're excited about. Interviews start tomorrow, and they will conclude at the end of next week, so on April 23rd. So board members, we all have a busy couple weeks ahead of us, but they're all mapped out and we're ready to go. After that, the board is planning a special closed session the week of 4/26, where we can get together and talk about what we heard and start to make some decisions. And because we haven't had interviews yet, we simply have applications. It's hard to say exactly where we'll be and what that conversation will look like. There are obviously a few forks in the road there, which include but are not limited to determining who the finalist or finalists are, determining whether or not we want to have additional interviews with any of those people, determining whether or not we feel the need to explore external candidates for any reason. It's just there are multiple branches and sequels to it. So that's really going to be the critical point at which our plan between now and then is pretty solid. After that, it could go any number of ways. We just kind of need to get into it. It's going to be dynamic. We need to see where it is, and we're going to go from there. Over the months of May and June, eventually once we get to a finalist or finalists, that means 4 or fewer, that information will be shared on OPPDcommunityconnect.com. We're planning to host some virtual meet and greets, dates to be determined. And eventually we're going to need to name and seek input on the finalists, so that final person. And then whether or not the board is able to vote in May or in June, again, is to be determined, because we need to kind of get through these interviews to see where we're at and what the next steps are. So that's the very quick version of where we are with respect to the process and what's coming up next. Before I go into what we heard from stakeholders, I want to pause and see board members if you have any additional comments to add or questions about where we're at.
I'll just add my thanks and gratitude to Mart Sedke and to Julie Comstock, who has stepped in to be Mart's backup in the event that she's unavailable. But they have really helped us, I would say, solidify the process, walked us through the development of the interview questions, which Craig and I have finalized, and we would be remiss if we did not express our gratitude to them at this moment. So thank you for helping us make this a great process.
Yeah, well, omission on my part to not start there, because there's no way that Amanda, you and I would be able to manage this alone, right? So that the involvement of those 2 people in particular has been important. And I think that's actually a nice segue into others that have been critical, which is gathering the stakeholder input, summarizing it, helping us understand it, and helping us think about how to incorporate it into our process. So as with many things within this district, right, like many hands make light work. And so there have been a lot of people that have been involved in this process to date, and it's just going to continue. Okay, let's go on to the stakeholder feedback. Thank you, Mo. We heard from over 1,000 employees, customers, stakeholders, and I'll walk through some of that specific comments here in a moment. And you'll see this as we go, but I think as I reviewed everything and as we talked about kind of what we were hearing from stakeholders, what really struck me was that there were simultaneously many things that were consistent across all of these different stakeholder groups, whether they were employees, the general public, some of our kind of key partners that we work with on a regular basis. There were consistent themes that came up time and time again, and those are highlighted here. There were also divergences. As with, any diverse group of stakeholders, you're going to have people that are bringing different perspectives and want different things out of the utility, out of our next CEO. And so that is part of what's, I think, an interesting challenge and opportunity for us, is to think about how do we balance all of those things, right? It's in some ways an emblematic of, the way that the utility works, and you're always balancing 15 strategic directives and they push and pull against one another. So I found that to be a really striking finding as we went through all of the different comments that everyone provided. But this is the executive summary. If we go to the next slide, Mo. Want to just kind of share at a high level what these results were on a per group basis. And I don't intend to read these to everyone. The board members, you all have access to these. But our employees were clearly one key stakeholder group and provided a lot of really great comments and feedback with respect to what they're looking for and what advice. There was a great question: what advice would you give to the board in going through this process? So those are really helpful, interesting comments to see as well. Again, I'm not going to walk through all of these things because they're there and you can read them. But a lot of really interesting, helpful thoughts. And again, a lot of consistency across employees, but also some differences in opinion with respect to what they're looking for and what advice they would give to board members as they go. Okay, let's go on to the next one, Mo. Our power panel. So again, a lot of really great comments here. In this particular case, renewable energy, keeping costs low, reliability, improving infrastructure were identified as important challenges that the CEO is going to need to be ready to face. As customers, as they thought about how the board should select a candidate. And again, this is one of the themes that came up pretty consistently. Communication skills were important. The way in which they navigate the community is super important. And again, somebody who is knowledgeable of the area and the industry, I think both of those two things came up pretty frequently as well. And obviously somebody who is knowledgeable of the industry is super important. I can't imagine a CEO who doesn't have in-depth knowledge of the industry. But what really arose as well was an understanding of the community and what the community's wants, needs, and desires are as well. So again, a lot of interesting things came up, all of which were considered and incorporated into our process. Pause for a minute to see if anybody has questions on any of these, or if you want to highlight anything. Otherwise, we can go on to what we heard from OPPD Community Connect. Again, similarity, renewable energy. There we go. Sorry, we're bouncing around a little bit. So 77 responses via Community Connect. Those are the questions that were asked: most important opportunities, top qualities, and what advice would you give to OPPD's board? And not really any significant surprises in my opinion here. This is kind of what we've been thinking all along. That's maybe the other thing that I would add with respect to what we've been doing as a board before we get all of these comments, and how we kind of triangulated was none of what we saw really sent us in a different direction. I think it in many ways refined and reinforced everything that we've been working on. So it did help us tighten some screws, but by and large, it didn't necessarily send us in a particularly different direction as well. Okay, so that's Community Connect. Let's go to the next one, Mo, please. So our next steps, like I said, we're doing interviews. So they start bright and early tomorrow morning. We've got interviews pretty much every day this week and next week, except for a couple days here or there. So we'll wrap up interviews the week of the by the 23rd, and then we'll go on to our discussion on the week of the 26th to decide what we've heard and what the next steps are. Okay, pausing for comments, questions. Feel free to add color commentary, anything, board members, that that you want to add, by all means, jump in.
I think that was a great summary.
Okay. That does it for me with respect to the Governance Committee Chair's report. Next on the agenda, go ahead, Mo. I believe is, yes, a report on our severance agreement. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Sedke.
Good morning. So
Morning.
we have a reporting item that we need to put forth to the board this month, and that is that we had one individual who has separated from employment at Fort Calhoun Station. And as we put in place in 2016, when we made the decision to shutter Fort Calhoun Station, we do have a severance program in place for those employees. So once they fulfill their duties to the organization and they sign a waiver, they do receive a severance payment. And we had one person that has executed a separation agreement, and it involves a payment that exceeds $50,000 and therefore may be subject to the requirement for reporting settlement agreements under the Nebraska revised statutes. So that is included in our report. Any questions?
Yeah, Mark, was that person, how long were they with the company?
I don't have an exact time, Mike, I can get that, but many, many years.
I see. So are they eligible for retirement as well?
Probably, yes.
Yeah, I would tell you, Brad was pretty instrumental in our regulatory requirement activity with the NRC, and leading up in both shutdown and in the work that we're doing. And Mary can speak to his involvement at that. But as many of you who have been part of the Decommissioning Oversight Committee, you heard very clearly about how we were really leading in some of our regulatory work and activities and information and filings with the NRC regarding the work that we were doing relative to decommissioning. And so Brad did an amazing job, and that's why we put him on a Kep agreement, to keep that kind of expertise and knowledge during this part of the work as we moved all the fuel from spent fuel pool to dry cask storage, and essentially put up the SFC for that activity. So Mary, I don't know if you want to add anything else.
I think you covered it very well, Tim. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Tim, you used the term Kep agreement, just to make sure we all understand what that is. Can you define what a Kep agreement is?
Hey, Mart, I'm going to let you do that, but it's called Key Employee Program.
Key Employee Performance Program. So during the time that he's been here, we offered some incentive for him to stay for a period of time. This is different. This is his severance upon leaving the organization. So that's what we're reporting on here. The Kep agreements are reported regularly. So Brad was here from 1986 until April, and he has retired from the organization.
Okay, very good. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mart. We are on to our SD1 monitoring report. This was, I believe, planned to be covered in February, but polar vortex happened and we shifted our agendas rather dramatically. So it's since been pushed back to April. But the Governance Committee is excited to bring it to the board today for our monitoring report. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Scott Foch.
Great. Thank you, Director Moody. Yes, this was moved from February until April. And it is an interesting monitoring report as we're about to jump into. If we go to the next slide, please, Mo. SD1 covers our vision, our mission, our vision, and our values. So our mission, it basically states what we do. Our vision provides a sense of the direction where we intend to head, and our values provide a signaling in terms of what you can expect to us in terms of behavior. Broadly speaking, I would say that SD1 is an umbrella for every single other SD. Every action, everything that we do in the organization should somehow be connected to this SD. And as a result, it creates an interesting challenge, I think, in terms of how does one go about providing a monitoring for absolutely everything that we do. If you go to the next slide. This scorecard is something that we produce on a monthly basis, and I think provides a good perspective of what I was just talking about, how everything we do, showing on the right, in terms of the particular directives, connect and link to the strategic foundation. So thinking about this, it seemed like a good surrogate measure to demonstrate compliance is simply to reflect upon the monitoring reports that have occurred over the past reporting period, and really we're reflecting activity through 2020 on this particular monitoring report, and then highlighting that the board found what the board recommended in terms of compliance, and B, to provide any significant highlights. For purposes of time, our intention is not to go through and read all of the highlights. It's just simply we're going to pause on each page, and if there's any questions, we will ask them from the appropriate subject matter expertise. Mo, if you go to the next slide, please. So high-level summary, throughout 2020, the board reviewed and accepted monitoring reports on 14 of 15 strategic direction policies. 13 of the policies were found to be sufficiently in compliance, and one of the policies was found to be taking reasonable and appropriate measures to comply with the policy. There was a delay in monitoring report for one policy, SD5, customer satisfaction. It also was initially postponed until March, but due to survey timing, but we are going to be reviewing that today. Next slide, please. So our mission, provide affordable, reliable, environmentally sensitive energy services to our customers. If we go to the next slide, a good surrogate for affordable at this time in terms of the directives is rates, SD7, and the board did find OPPD to be sufficiently in compliance with that on June 11th of 2020. Really, since that time, and in summary of that time, perhaps through the year, here are some highlights. I would just ask at this point, are there any questions from the board with regards to this? I am seeing none. Shall we move to the next? Reliable. A good surrogate for this is SD4, reliability, which the board found OPPD to be sufficiently in compliance with on February 13 of 2020. And hopefully the board will be finding us to be sufficiently in compliance with that again relatively soon, like sometime after today. And these are the 2020 highlights associated with that. Are there any comments or questions? We'll move to the next one. Environmentally sensitive. SD7, environmental stewardship. The board found OPPD to be sufficiently in compliance, reflecting the monitoring report of September 17th, 2020. There are quite a few highlights, both on this slide and on the next. Any comments or questions? All right, then we'll move on to vision. The next slide. One of the components of vision is strengthening the public power advantage of affordable and reliable electricity. Again, taking a look at the current directives and the compliant or the monitoring reports, SD2, SD4, and SD5 all seem to be well aligned for this particular principle. And again, you see highlights here. The board did find OPPD to be sufficiently in compliance across these three directives. Any comments or discussion? let's go to the next. The principle exemplify fiscal, social, and environmental responsibility to optimize value to our customer owners, access to credit markets, environmental stewardship, and resource planning seemed to be good indicators here. And again, the board did find OPPD to be sufficiently in compliance. We'll move to the next. Proactively engage and communicate with our stakeholders, stakeholder outreach and engagement. You can see a lot of highlights here, and you'll see them on the next slide as well. And the board did find OPPD to be sufficiently in compliance on December 9th, 2020. No comments. We'll move on to act transparently and with accountability for the best interest of our customer owners. SD10, ethics, seemed to align very well with this principle. And again, the board did find OPPD to be sufficiently in compliance on September 17th of 2020. The next slide, collaborate when appropriate with partners. Economic development seems to be a good indicator in terms of partnerships across the community. And OPPD, or the board did find OPPD to be sufficiently in compliance on November 13th of 2020. And again, there's quite a few highlights on this page and the next. I will highlight the highlights, not to be redundant, but within the list of highlights, you'll see that there are partnerships well beyond economic development, partnerships with organizations such as United Way, the Chamber of Commerce, and other partners. Then final slide is leverage OPPD's leadership to achieve these goals. And as we took a look at the other directives, SD6, SD8, SD10, SD12, SD15, all seemed to be good surrogates. As I've indicated earlier, SD6, 8, 10, and 15 were all found to be sufficiently in compliance, and SD12 was found to be taking reasonable and appropriate measures to comply with this policy. And again, some highlights. So having reviewed this with the Governance Committee accepted the monitoring report for SD1 and recommends that the board find OPPD to be sufficiently in compliance. I will turn it back to you, Director Moody.
Thank you, Scott. Governance Committee members, open the floor to comments from you. And I'll just note, we have something related to SD1 per a recommendation from Director Yoder in our parking lot. That's very much in the exploratory, help me understand phase, right? So it's not very well refined, and I don't think it's worth us talking about today necessarily. So more work to be done there. So just wanted to highlight that for everybody. But anyway, other Governance Committee members, anything specific you want to highlight? We've gone through. Thank you, Scott, for working your way through that deliberately. Floor's open. Okay, it looks like the Governance Committee is good. Other board members, comments or questions? I'm seeing head shakes. Okay, we will talk later when we're reviewing the agenda for Thursday as to whether or not this needs to be on consent agenda or up for discussion. And with that said, the Governance Committee rests. We're complete.
All right, thank you very much. Now we will turn to Director Yoder for the Finance Committee report.
Working on the unmute. Looks like I got it. Thanks. We met on the Finance Committee met pre-committee on April 2nd. We spoke about the block rate project. Block rate project, I know, is something many board members are interested in. That was reviewing what's going on there and working towards an elimination of the declining block rates for rate 110. Ms. Siebken gave us a block rate strategy status report. Talked about working with the consultant Brattle on the strategy and approaches that are available to the board around the block rates. There was a discussion about the board's desire to eliminate the block rate and actions there and what the implications are for other rates or other customer segments. So there's much to discuss there and tease out and work through. And that's ongoing. So thank you very much for the update to the board members within that committee, and we will continue working on that. There was a small sharing of the initial data analysis of what the current rates impacts are among various customer segments and how changes would be felt. So that's something the board is very mindful of, and we do need to understand as we move towards action. There's a concern, it's being monitored, so I don't think that there's trouble, but there's a concern about staying on the timeline of having something done by the end of 2021 or very first part of 2022. That concern is about resource available to this project and other projects. And I think you've heard that mentioned, board members have heard that mentioned in public in other public sessions, and that's ongoing. Certainly things like the February event don't help. But like I said, we're just watching it. I think that's, I'm hopeful for successful outcome in the time that we had expected. I asked for a blueprint, a rates blueprint update. That was something that the previous chair, Director Bogner, put together with the CFO. My request for that information was to level set both myself and a newer board member who's part of the finance committee. That was very useful. It's like pulling a thread on a sweater or playing whack-a-mole. If you do something here, something else will happen there as we work on rates. So it was good to see that the blueprint update identifies a strong path of action, and the whack-a-mole element is maybe more of an not a whack-a-mole so much as a conditional phrasing of what can happen. Rates can move in a certain direction based on the technologies available to us. And so while we have a blueprint that offers us a path forward, that path is not defined entirely just on the desire to change rates, but it is also coupled with the availability of technology. So these are things that we're talking about. That was something that was probably known and well defined for the previous finance committee, but again, for we newer members to the finance committee, I thought it was useful to have that. There was a 2021 financial update. The polar vortex certainly had an impact on our business, our customers, and our financials. It's only April, and the 2021 books won't close until what, almost a year from now. So the early assessment is that we are strong and in good financial health, and it was a good note, but we'll be watchful throughout the rest of the year. The work plan review, I think we are working on SD2 revisions. We do have we have language in the current SD2 that requires that it be changed at the end of this year because of the rate language that's there. Both management and I are working on some changes, potential changes, and we're going to see that in future finance committee discussions. And then not in the pre-committee meeting, but as a separate item, and I think it's useful to mention here, the audit subcommittee met in March. And so not only do we have kind of good news about our financial strength and where we are and what's happening, good news about the work that's ongoing that needs to be done. It's continuing to move forward, but the audit subcommittee offered a clean report, and of course, none of that good news happens without the excellent work by all of the many hands that are working on this, and I'm very thankful for all of that and happy to be able to report it. So those are my comments. Comments from other members of the Finance Committee.
I'll just jump in that subcommittee, the audit subcommittee, has an external auditor. BKD is who we have contracted for that, and this is the, I want to say, third year that we have used BKD to process that external audit, and they are doing a fantastic job. They really understand OPPD's business, the financial aspects of the utility, and have been able to cultivate a good working relationship, both with the board as well with the financial business unit.
Thank you. I'm going to look for hands. I see. So first, members of the Finance Committee, and anyone else there? Okay, Director Williams, other board members?
Yeah, on item 1, the block rate project update, this is something that's been discussed a few times in the past. You mentioned the timeline and looking forward, since we work to only make rate updates at the end of the year going into the next year. Is there any additional strategy to help deliver and make sure that we do stay on timeline? Are there any other adjustments necessary? Do you have any strategies that would be helpful in order to see that work continue and stay on timeline? Anything other committees can do, any kind of prioritization, balancing that might need to be done? I guess I'm just curious, because we have talked about this for a couple of years, and again, with only a single annual timeline point for that change generally, I'm curious what can be done to help make sure that we do keep the timeline that we've identified.
Yeah, was someone else going to speak up? Let me just say what happened in Finance Committee is that there was a specific request to management. Management has offered to look at the prioritization of resources and to come back to the committee. Is that right, Jim?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, we'll take a look at that. I think one of the items, Director Yoder and Williams, that was talked about in that committee is really kind of the rationale for that is a little bit of the scope creep, because it just wasn't the residential rate 110. It also included the commercial rate 2, and what does that look like, and how do we begin to develop that? And that was based on our conversation with Brattle Group. And so that scope has increased a little bit, and that's put some kind of constraints along that timeline. I don't know if Javier or Julie would like to engage in that description as well, but that was part of it, and really the desire and the need to lay out the right stakeholder process in that regard. And I think as we talked to the committee last year, we really thought it was a 2-year process. We were asked to consolidate that into 18 months, and then the scope creep began to occur on really also, as you look at the block rates, to also look at the commercial rates as well. And so it just creates that creep, and we want to make sure that we do justice to the commercial rate as well. So Julie or Javier, do you want to add any of the other details to that? But we will go back and look at how we can stay reasonably on track with that request.
I'm waiting to see Javier. Oh, there we go.
The only thing I would add is in addition to the internal resources, the other concern was on customer owners, on stakeholders, and the stakeholder fatigue. You know, the notion is that we're asking sometimes the same group of customers to provide input on Power with Purpose, Pathways to Decarbonization, IRP, now the CEO selection process, and so it's the concern is not only internal resources, but really to have an engaged stakeholder on the other side as we go on the block rate project. That was important, and it's also something that the team is considering.
Thank
And
you.
I would just add to that. I think, our focus, we want to make sure that what we are developing through this process is good, sound, appropriate communications with customers on where we're going with the rates and the strategy. And so that's an important element of this. And so while we can rush the timeline, we don't want to sacrifice the quality of the implementation of this with the customers. And I think that's the important part that we need to stay focused on. And, I think to Director Williams' point, typically our rate changes are at the end of the year, but that's not something that we are tied to. We could do it at a different point in the year if that's what's desired. Thank you.
Thank you both. Other members of the board? I don't see a hand, and I would, I'll echo Director Williams' concerns. Certainly, Ms. Comstock and her team know and are in the trenches every day with customers who know the pain of an additional dollar spent. And we, when we prolong a timeline, that pain is just prolonged as well. And I think that was the concern expressed by Director Williams and others. I'm very appreciative of the work that's being done, and I'm appreciative of the concerns. This is just one of those tensions that will always be present as we move forward on this. So, Director Williams, the answer to your question is, I, again, expect to hear from management, something at the next Finance Committee on how we can continue to support the timeline. And those other concerns were fleshed out, colored in by CFO Fernandez and VP Comstock. I really appreciate that. Okay. Without anything further on the Finance Committee Chair report, can we move on to the 2 action items I believe we have? Let me check. Yes, CFO Fernandez, we have the amendments to the 1990 and 1992 decommissioning trust agreements.
We do. Thank you, Director Yoder. Mo, I don't know if we have, there you go. We have one slide. This is a modernization of our existing trust agreements. And when I was preparing for this presentation, I couldn't help but draw an analogy from the current Powering the Future 2050 efforts that we're all engaging in, and how exciting it is and how hard it is to plan for 30 years into the future. Well, it's really interesting because these decommissioning trust funds were established 30 years ago. So, they've served their purpose, they've served us well. 30 years later, or about 30 years later, we find ourselves in a position to modernize them, change a few elements of the trust agreements so that we can use them the way they were intended to be used. I'm going to start with the 1990 Decommissioning Trust Fund that was established to meet a Nuclear Regulatory Commission requirement. Because back then, there was the requirement is OPPD, we need to establish and maintain an external trust fund segregated from OPPD's assets so that we can accumulate funds to pay for license termination costs when the unit was decommissioned. That decommissioning trust fund, we call that the 1990 fund. We're very creative. The 1990 fund versus the 1992 fund. The 1990 fund currently holds a little bit over $337 million that we've been investing and caring for and keeping them in there so that when the time comes, we can start using those funds to pay for license termination costs in the Fort Calhoun Nuclear Decommissioning Project. Well, that time has come. We continue to make a lot of progress, as Mary Fisher reports to us every month. we are getting to the point where we are now making significant improvement or significant progress on the license termination part of the decommissioning project, which means that it is time for us, our recommendation is to start drawing from that 1990 fund. Now, we have not drawn any funds from that fund. We have been using the 1992 fund, which I will touch on momentarily. That's the fund, the 1992 fund is the one that we have been using for the past few years to pay for expenditures on decommissioning. Now it's time for us to turn to the 1990 fund and start using those funds the way they were supposed to, that were designed to be used. The 1992 fund was established to ensure that additional funds were available to pay for the cost of decommissioning. Additional funds that were in addition to the license termination expenditures. Currently, again, this is the fund that we have been making deposits into and making withdrawals from to pay for all the decommissioning activity that we have seen in the past few years. Currently, as of 2020, the year-end balance is a little bit over $204 million in that fund. And there are some modifications, or I call them modernizations, that are needed to be made on both trust agreements, mostly on the 1990 fund, but there's one small change that needs to happen on the 1992 fund. For your reading pleasure, we included the clean version of the trust agreements on Diligent, and there's also a red line version of those agreements so that you can track what changes we're proposing. I'm going to summarize those changes quickly here. On the 1990 decommissioning trust agreement, there are 5 categories of changes. One is the current agreement has that the minimum annual deposit required into the fund is determined by the 1990 decommissioning fund plan. Right, this was established back in 1990 when there was no plans to decommission the plant, so there was a decommissioning funding plan back then. Today, we are in the middle of decommissioning it, right? So that the minimum annual deposits, what the proposal is that the district determines how much money we need to put into the fund so that we can continue paying the expenditures that are coming in currently, right? These are not unknown expenditures in 30 years. These are expenditures that we know we need, and we will make those decisions to fund that fund as needed. The second one is probably a logistical one, but the current agreement restricts our ability to draw from that fund once a quarter, so 4 times in every 12 months. And we need to give a special notification to the NRC when we are making such withdrawals. That notification is no longer required. And so we're proposing to delete the notification to the NRC when we're making withdrawals. This is a working trust fund that now we will start using. And the other change is to allow for monthly withdrawals instead of quarterly withdrawals. It just makes cash management a lot easier. We can optimize the funds. We can only liquidate securities when we need to and not earlier. So it's an efficiency change. The third category of changes, and this is the one change that it's the same that we're proposing for the 1990 fund and the 1992 fund. The current agreement says that a treasury officer must make withdrawal requests. In order to modernize this language, the current language, we have the district's treasurer, which is the board's treasurer. We have assistant treasurers, and we have treasury agents, all approved and vetted by myself, by Tim Burke, and ultimately the board's treasurer. We have a number of employees who use this fund and help make withdrawals from this fund. So we would like to modify that language so that we can make this fund more workable and doesn't need a treasury officer to make the withdrawal request. The fourth category is that currently the agreement says that an annual audit of the fund and all transactions related thereto shall be conducted and submitted to the NRC. Now, the NRC does not require these any longer. And so what we're proposing is to remove the requirement for an annual audit of this fund, partially because our current auditors already do audit work on that fund as part of our comprehensive financial reports. Currently, we have to do a separate audit of the 1990 trust per the trust agreement, and we would like to eliminate that piece again because we're already complying or we're already including that audit in our financial audit. No longer required by the NRC. We're trying to modernize these to match the NRC requirements. And the last one is another, it's a small one, that notices to either party contain outdated specific names and addresses. So we're changing the address, the name, the position, title, etc. of people who need to be notified. You can imagine a lot of changes have happened since 1990. So we're taking that opportunity to modernize that. All in all, I would like to just conclude by saying both of these funds are incredibly important to OPPD. They are one of the big pillars that form our financial structure. We take very good care of them because they are the ones who we're using to fund one of the largest liabilities we have, largest project we have, which is the nuclear decommissioning project at Fort Calhoun. What we're doing here is, without sacrificing care or diligence, we are proposing changes that would allow us to better use these funds the way they were supposed to, or they were intended to, for the benefit of our customer owners. With that, I'll be quiet and happy to answer any questions.
Director Kavanaugh, I see you have a hand up.
Thanks, Rick. Javier, I thought we had already started using these decommissioning funds for the activities going on at Fort Calhoun. Apparently that money's just been coming out of the general fund, basically.
No, Director Kavanaugh, that's thank you for the question. We have been using the 1992 Supplemental Decommissioning Trust Fund. That's the one that we have been using. That one has fewer restrictions. That's the one that we have been using all along. Remember, we have two separate trust funds. The one that we haven't used as of yet, or we are starting to use now, is the 1990 Decommissioning Trust Fund. And so these changes would allow us to use the 1990 fund easier, faster, and in a more optimal way. But every single expenditure on the that is eligible for the decommissioning project has been coming out of either the 1990 or mostly the 1992 fund to date.
Okay, to request for this action, this in no way implies that that the costs are exceeding what was forecast, what was anticipated, correct? This in no way indicates any types of changes and or any concern we might have that this is costing us more than we anticipated, correct?
Thank you for the question and for the opportunity to clarify. You are absolutely correct, to my knowledge, and we get very frequent updates from Mary Fisher and her team at Fort Calhoun, who have been doing a fantastic job at completing more work faster and cheaper with for less money. This in no way means that we are concerned. I am not concerned about costs overruns. This is really just what I call a miscellaneous logistical change that we have to, or that we would like to make, so that we can use the funds that we have in place. We can use them as planned, but it's the costs, the project, the forecast continues to work really well.
Okay, thanks, Javier.
You're welcome.
And
Sure, good questions. Oh, go ahead, Mary.
If I may interject, I would also say that the team up at Fort Calhoun has just been doing a tremendous job to ensure that we are not overspending and that we are paying attention to the cost. And just one point of clarification for the board and the public. The 1990 Trust Fund is an NRC mandated fund, as it says here, but it's really focused on the removal of radioactivity at the site. The 1992 Trust Fund was put in place 30 years ago to really cover the rest of the costs associated with removal of clean buildings, taking it back to greenfield, restoring the area to what it had looked like previously to the construction of Fort Calhoun. And so that's why we have the two different trust funds. The planning up to this date has been coming out of the 1992 as we start to move into removal of radioactive components, it is appropriate that we switch over to utilizing the 1990 trust fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Fisher. Director Moody?
Yeah, just real quick. So this is an agreement, which means it's an agreement between us and First National Bank, I believe, which to me, I assume that means First National Bank has both of these holdings, right? Some of the provisions that we're eliminating were there only because the NRC required them. This is just ignorance on my part. Is there any need, do we need to connect with NRC on any of this, or is this just an agreement between us and First National Bank, and NRC doesn't need to be notified or involved in any way?
I can answer that if you'd like, Javier. The NRC periodically updates their rules and regulations. We're just making this more compliant with what their current regulation is. We do not need to continue to have this, and the trust fund agreement is really between us and First National, and it is now just being modified to be compliant with what the NRC now requires.
Thank you for your questions, directors. If there is another director that wants to ask a question, now would be a good time. Director Kavanaugh, can you clear your hand? Okay, I did have a follow-up. And is in the changes, we're talking about making the changes so that we can spend the money with less of an administrative burden. My words, not yours. Is there a change for the scope or items or actions for which the money can be used? Okay. I see shaking of heads. No. So that's
no, not at all. We have a very defined scope. We have a very defined schedule that we're following, and we actually file that with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission every year in March to give them the update as well. So we definitely have a very defined scope.
Very good. All right, this will be an action item. Thank you very much for your answers. Thank you for your questions. And I think we're ready to move on to the next element there, which is another action item for Mr. Foch. The Audit Subcommittee Charter Revision.
Yeah.
There we go. All right.
Thank you. My apologies. I'm double muting today. Thank you, Director Yoder. And this I would characterize as a housekeeping item more than anything. It's not substantive. Other than that, we're updating the Audit Subcommittee Charter to reflect a name that occurred in 2019 of the Finance Committee. On March 14th, 2019, the board adopted these new standing committee charters. I would say they revised charters. And the Finance, Insurance, and Audit Committee name was changed to the Finance Committee. However, the Audit Subcommittee, which is a subcommittee of the Finance Committee, did not reflect those changes. So the red line is simply to reflect the name change is all. And are there any questions with regards to the change to the charter?
I concur that these are technical name changes. Yes, any questions? Seeing none, no hands raised. Thank you. Again, this is an action item, and we'll talk about that later. And with that, the Finance Committee report is complete.
All right, thank you very much. We are running ahead of schedule, and so we're going to now turn our attention to the Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee report. Director Williams, I think that you and I have been chatting here, and we're going to try and complete the entire Systems Management report ahead of lunch. So lunch might be a little later, but we are almost a half an hour ahead of schedule. So I think that's fair. So feel free to, if you need to walk away for a minute, take a little break, do that and come back. But we're just going to keep going with the conversation.
Great, thanks very much. We'll try and keep each of the items moving forward. I do expect we'll be able to move through these in less time than was listed on the agenda. The Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee met on Wednesday, March 31st to discuss an update to Strategic Directive number 7 on environmental stewardship. And then we also discussed some information related to equipment on projects associated with Power with Purpose. That is not an item for today, but we do have an item upcoming here in just a minute on SD7 updates. As was mentioned earlier in the Governance Committee report by Director Moody, we also talked through some of the expected board work plan items for the Systems Committee over the remainder of this year. And that includes a focus on SD9, SD4, and efforts related to innovation and market transformation, all of which have been discussed in the past and are items that we think Systems Committee will be discussing throughout the rest of this year. So appreciate the policy work or the procedure work that's ongoing to make sure that the board work plan works for all the committees and then for the entire board collectively along with senior management. So the item for today that we will be discussing is a proposed language update to SD7 related to incorporation of language on climate change. And if we can go ahead and put that language on the screen now. This is the red line version that reflects an update of the language that was discussed by the Systems Committee, and we worked with the senior management team and legal counsel to reflect what we feel is an appropriate recognition of the scientific information related to climate change and how human activities and greenhouse gas emissions, including carbon, should be incorporated into our policy to verify the understanding that the board has and that our organization will use as we continue work for decarbonization and our long-range planning efforts that are ongoing. This item was discussed in the committee, and at this time, I'd like to make sure that we hear any comments that we have from other members of the board who are not on the Systems Committee about the additional language that's reflected, read and underlined here on the screen, and about how we might proceed with this language and this update to SD7 moving forward. So does anyone who is, well, let's start with the Systems Committee and then move from there. Does anyone on the Systems Committee have any thoughts or comments that you would like to share related to the language update that we see on the screen about SD7?
This is Director Howard. I just wanted to make the point that when Director Williams brought up the issue of making revisions to SD7, our legal counsel had some concerns about what that language might look like and how it could open us up to some potential liability. And so we tasked him with creating language that really that could sort of shield us from any potential liability. And I just want to say, I think he did a really good job of that and did a good job creating language that the committee came to consensus on. So I really appreciate this language. I think it meets our aims. And so I'm really glad that we're discussing it today.
Great, thanks, Director Howard. Do either of the other committee members have anything? I see, well, just 1 second, I just see a hand up, but don't hear or see anything from the other committee members. So the hand is Director Kavanaugh. Do you have comments on this language?
Yes, I do. The climate change issue is obviously highly emotional, with strong feelings on both sides. It's almost as if we're weighing in and making this statement as part of the policy is it's being somewhat political, I believe. I would rather not be included, and I would ask if it isn't removed that we remove it from the consent agenda on Thursday.
Great. Appreciate your comments, Director Kavanaugh. I see another hand from Director Moody popped right up. If you'd like to go ahead.
Yeah, I think I appreciate that comment, Director Kavanaugh, and I think it honestly reinforces why we should put this language in there, because there is scientific consensus and it's pretty clear. And I really appreciate the fact that the district and that we as board members are acknowledging that there is no debate about it, that there is scientific consensus, that it is the reality. So I think it's really important that we retain it. I appreciate the work that's been done, and I want to give a kudos to Director Williams in particular for championing this. This is something that this may feel a little bit like it's come out of nowhere, but this has been a conversation that's gone on for quite a while. So I appreciate Eric, you continuing to continue bringing it forward to this point. And to Sarah's point, I'm really happy with where the language ended up. Over.
Great. Thanks, Director Moody. One point of clarification in response to Director Kavanaugh. At this time, we are not expecting this to be an agenda item for Thursday. And I think we'll talk about steps forward here at the end of the discussion on this topic, but we do not expect this to be an agenda item for an approval on Thursday. So we'll come back to that at the end, Director Kavanaugh. I see a hand from Director Yoder, if you'd like to provide some comments.
So I guess I wanted to learn more about what the expected rollout is, but about the language. So I'm happy with the language. I think the language is well done. I'm glad that that council was able to develop something that removed or alleviated any concerns that might have been had at the beginning of the discussion. I think it's appropriate for this SD. My concern about this language is not that it doesn't address the issue, but that in carrying out actions to support this SD, a focus may be pulled away from other environmental concerns. The long-term and dramatic impact of climate change certainly requires the action. There's scientific consensus about that. There's also scientific consensus about many pollutants. I do appreciate that in the third bullet, we say go beyond compliance where practical. The reasons to do that are often because of scientific consensus. You know, there is no safe exposure level for lead. There's no safe exposure level for mercury. There's no safe exposure level for a lot of pollutants that we contribute. They're according to science. But that's how regulations are made. So I just want to reiterate that the near-term health consequences from emissions have real impacts to real community members. And I hope that we continue to strive towards reducing those and don't get overly caught up in just climate change.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments, Director Yoder. And I agree that there are a wide variety of specific pollutants that are not individually identified in language in the SD7 that we have here. And that is something that we have talked about in a number of different areas, both in project implementation and in monitoring reports. I do feel that the recent monitoring reports have been effective at providing metrics on the other pollutants that we've talked about. And I think that that has been kind of a general understanding that while we have one specific pollutant that is, or emission that is listed in the language here, that the others have been reported effectively, and that we are seeing good progress at reduction, working toward both compliance and exceeding compliance where possible. If there is a desire for an additional update to include language specific to other emissions or other pollutants in the future, I would certainly be open to talking with you about that and how we might address that as either a key understanding of the monitoring report that we do receive on SD7, or if necessary, a language update. The work that we've done here is specific to climate change and carbon emissions and greenhouse gases. And so while I do appreciate your desire to make sure that we have that additional focus, at this time, I hope that we can keep the discussion and the potential input that we've got focused on this particular topic, and then keep that in mind for future discussion if that works for you, Director Yoder.
Sounds good.
Great. And I think that covers all of the non-committee members. I do see hands from, Director Bogner, I'm sorry.
That's okay. What I was going to more an observation in my tenure on the board, I've observed that the district makes fact-based decisions. They make fact-based recommendations. And so I think that this language just reinforces that cultural attitude already. And so, so while I recognize that climate change has been turned into a political issue, we really are just talking about facts. We're talking about science-based facts and an acknowledgement of that. And I think that that is consistent with how the district has approached decision-making in the past and how we'll continue to make decisions into the future. But thank you for this language. I am supportive of it.
Great, thanks very much. I do see a hand from Mary Spurgeon. Mary, if you have comments, be glad to hear from you as well.
I would just reiterate Director Bogner's comments. What we're dealing with are two facts, actually. We're dealing with the fact of human-made climate disruption, and we're dealing with the fact of the politicization of that issue. And we will go nowhere unless we just look at that the way it is and move forward. So, and I'm grateful for Mr. Bruckner's wordsmithing, and nothing else in this changes in this policy. So I think this gives us a place to move forward, and we'll just deal with obstacles as they come up. I think we're being honest in changing this policy. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And we do have one more director. I'm not sure if Director Molhoff would like to provide comments now. I didn't see a hand. Janice, do you have anything?
No, I'm in support of this change. Thanks to Mr. Bruckner and Mary Fisher, and who kind of walked us through what this would need to look like, and making sure that it both addresses the issue but also protects the district going forward, and really highlights the need and the desire of the district to address emissions that lead to climate change. So that's all. Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks very much, everyone, for your comments. And I also am very supportive of this language and making this update to clarify the scientific consensus around the factual information related to greenhouse gas emissions, specifically carbon, and the impacts on the climate. I think this is important to underpin the actions that we are taking. Ms. Henners, I believe we might have the other slide, the resolution language. Is that also available? Thank you. Now, we also discussed in the committee the language that would be included in the resolution that would be proposed at the time of the change. And this does include some additional language about the ongoing decarbonization efforts that OPPD has already undertaken. And we felt it was important to include this in the resolution to both clarify and verify the work that is ongoing. And so this is kind of a second component that we wanted to make available to everyone for review now and thought as we consider the steps forward. I did mention that we are not, the committee is not at this time recommending that this move to the agenda on Thursday for a vote, but instead we feel it's important that we seek public input using the approximate 30-day public input period so that we can make sure we hear from our customer owners about an update to a policy to verify the understanding of the information related to climate change. So I think we talked about it a little bit earlier, but instead of moving directly to a vote on Thursday, the committee believes that we should look to public input. I believe we would intend to use the online Community Connect platform to receive comments and thoughts and input. That input would come to the Systems Committee at our pre-meeting next month, and then we would expect that would lead to a discussion at the all-committee meeting, and we believe that would lead to a recommendation for a vote for approval of the language update next month. So I hope that addresses the timeline and process questions that we had earlier. Director Yoder, does that answer what you were looking for? Great. And as was mentioned by Director Kavanaugh, we don't, as this is not intended to be an action item this month, it will not be on the consent agenda. And as we look to next month, I also am not pushing for this to necessarily be on the consent agenda, but following the opportunity for public input on the policy update, that would be discussed by the Systems Committee and intended to be discussed by the All Committee meeting next month. And then we would make the decision then about whether or not this would be a consent agenda or an individual action item next month. So unless others have any comments there, I believe we're prepared. And if someone on management could help me verify, we are prepared to make this language available online for public input over the next approximate 30 days. Is that correct?
Director Williams, this is Lisa Olson. That is correct. At OPPD Community Connect.
Great. Thanks very much, Lisa. So I don't see any other hands. I don't see any other comments. If anyone has anything that you would like to volunteer now before this information goes out. Mo, if we could take one step back to the previous slide to make sure that we're all kind of on the same page here. I apologize, the slide. Thank you. So yeah, this is the language that would be put out. I don't believe we intend to have the language of the resolution available for the on the website specifically for public input. That's more of a discussion for the board members and expressing our opinions about the language update. So we could talk about that next month, but that was just information for you to see how we are verifying the good work that has been going on in this area. So unless there are other comments, I think we intend to make this available. And Lisa, do you have a date when the public comment period would start and conclude for this update?
We will put that in the press release on Thursday.
Great. So then beginning on Friday, beginning on Friday, that would be available on Community Connect. And then is there a specific date when the end of the input period would be?
That will be located on the website as well, but it will be in time so that we can report out to the committee. So it will be less than the 30 days, but you'll be able to talk about it at the next Systems Committee meeting.
Appreciate that. And I guess because the systems pre-meeting is 2 weeks before the board meeting, that does put a little bit of a pinch on that timeline. I think perhaps it'd be appropriate to allow the comment period to run beyond the systems pre-meeting so that we could collect the comprehensive set of information, give as much time as possible. So looking at our calendar, it does look like May 14th is that Friday. I hope that that would be an appropriate time so that the information could be collected before the all committee meeting on the 18th. Does that seem workable with you, Lisa?
That is appropriate. In fact, we'll give you an update as of the date for the pre-systems committee, and then we'll close it out and then give the final report.
Great. That sounds good.
Thank you.
Unless anyone has any other comments, I think we'll move on from this agenda item. We'll look forward to receiving input from the public and then a discussion next month about steps toward the timeline for approval. Great. If we can, we are changing the agenda just slightly. So if we can skip to the slides that are for the SD4 reliability and monitoring report. And I'll ask Mary Fisher to introduce this item and move us into the report.
I apologize. I couldn't get off mute. Can you hear me now? Perfect.
Yes. Thanks very much, Mary.
Okay. Thank you very much. The reliability monitoring report is put together by the generation and the T&D, the energy delivery side of the house. And so my partner in reporting out on SD4 will be Troy Vi today. And so I will start us off and then turn it over to Troy to complete the report. Mo, if you go to the next slide, please. SD4 is about reliability, and it's really about the reliability of the generation as well as the delivery system, as I mentioned. We have several components here that we need to meet, but at a high level, we're really talking about maintaining the generation fleet to be reliable and maintaining the transmission and distribution systems in a reliable manner. I'll go through each one of these bullets in more detail, or Troy Vi will finish out going through these bullets in more detail. So if you go to the next slide, please, Mo. The first component is that OPPD shall ensure all customer requirements are met through the use of its generation resources. And purchase power portfolio 100% of the time. This is really our commitment to ensure that we have sufficient generation and transmission facilities associated with providing the energy to our customer owners. We do that in a number of ways. Our resource planning assesses how much we need to diligently plan for sufficient generation and capacity and reliability into the future. We're required to plan for accredited generation resources that are 112% of expected peak load. And so we maintain that. And typically our peak load is in the hot summer months. As we saw during the polar vortex, we hit a new winter peak. And so that would be something that we'll be taking into account into the future. As necessary, we do put transmission reservations in place to ensure delivery of our electricity and creating, the right of way for us to get the electricity from, for example, our wind facilities to the north into our load area into our 13 counties in which we serve. And then the SPP integrated market provides OPPD with real-time access to liquid power. And so on those occasions when we need to pull in some power from the Southwest Power Pool, that is available to us as a member, and that's been really valuable and essential over the past few years. Generation, both owned and purchased, we supply those requirements 100% of the time. So when you go to turn on a switch and expect your lights to come on, we also expect those lights to come on for you. And so we're definitely focused on ensuring that you have the reliability that you need each and every day, each and every minute, each and every day, every second of the year. Next slide, please. With the requirement of that, we do have a regulatory framework in which we work. We work with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, who is mandated by legislation to ensure that the bulk electric system is reliable. They have set up NERC, which is the North American Electric Reliability Corporation. They come up with the standards and are really the enforcement arm. And so they create those standards and then they come out and make sure that we're meeting those standards. And they do that through the establishment of reliability organizations. And those reliability organizations that come out and audit us is the Midwest Reliability Organization. And then we also have what's called the Gad System, and that's for our generating availability data system. And each and every utility and each and every generation station across the United States reports their availability into this national data system where they can track and monitor the availability of our generating units. So NERC has the responsibility to provide the policy and the responsibility for the reliability of the bulk system, and then NERC is really the enforcement arm through the reliability organizations. And GAD is the monitoring system that shows that we're meeting those requirements from the generation perspective. Next slide, please, Mo. We have also set up a metric internally for us to monitor and track our reliability. We use the equivalent availability factor. That is a percentage, that is the availability, equivalent availability factor is the percentage of time that a unit was available to generate over the total period of time. So outages and derates do impact this factor. At a corporate level, it's megawatt weighted. And what we mean by that is that it's really weighted upon a number of megawatts that are capable of being put out by our baseload units. So when we talk about equivalent availability factor, it includes Nebraska City 1, Nebraska City 2, North Omaha 4, and North Omaha 5. So it's basically our coal generation that we're tracking and monitoring under this equivalent availability factor. The target that we have established is based on a 3-year target, and we normalize that because of the outages that we see. So, our target is really based upon being top quartile in the NERC GADS benchmarking that we track and monitor, as I just spoke about on the previous slide. Next slide, Mo, please. So in 2020, how did we perform? We did not quite meet that 90% on a 3-year rolling basis. And what I can tell you today is that we won't meet that for a number of years yet. And it really goes back to the 2019 availability factor that we saw. And what happened in 2019 was we had a much longer outage than we expected on Nebraska City 1 due to some turbine rotor performance issues that we had. We eventually put that unit back together. We ordered new rotors, and they're being installed as we speak today. And so what will happen, because of the extended outages that we need to take in order to do this turbine work, is that those long outages will affect this for a 3-year period because it is a rolling 3-year average. In 2020, we were successful in ending the year just slightly above or slightly below our target at 87.6%, with a target at 87.8%. And so very good reliability. I apologize. Very good reliability across the fleet, given what we can project, and so we're really tracking and monitoring very closely. In a few minutes, I'll talk about how we do that. Next slide, please. So what really occurs, and you look at this from year to year, we put 2019 in here and compared it with 2020. We do that specifically so you can see how outages are affecting what we do in terms of reliability drivers. In 2020, we really had what I would call a more normal situation, and what you can see here is that the number one reliability issue that we had was boiler tube leaks, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes, and what we're doing to make sure that we have better reliability of our units into the future. As you can see here, from 2019 to 2020, we went from 2.8 million megawatt hours of unavailability to 2021 1 million, and that's really associated with those outage hours that you see in the extended outages that we had, both due to the as I indicated, to the turbine issues that we had, but also to the flooding that we had in 2019. On the next slide, if you'd go to that, please, Mo. I want to talk a little bit about the number of generation reliability programs that we have in place to really track and monitor and to improve the overall reliability of the generation fleet. And so we start with the GREAT team, or the Generation Reliability and Evaluation Analysis team. And in that team, really what that is set up to do is to evaluate and address non-boiler related issues. And so all of those issues that you saw outside of the boiler tube leaks are really tracked and monitored by the GREAT team. From that, we turn it over to our plant equipment reliability program, and that's really in development. And as I get through here in a few slides, you'll see how we're improving our reliability program based on an EPRI document that came out a few years ago. But we also do predictive maintenance and monitoring program, and we've taken that in-house. We used to send it all out, and it'd take a long time to get the results back, and really didn't have time to react to a number of issues because of the time it was taking to move that out. And so internally now, we do vibration monitoring, oil sampling. I'm sorry, I can't speak today. Motor testing program, ultrasonic testing, acoustic testing, and further chemistry analysis that really helps us with our predictive maintenance program. And then we look at our failure analysis and corrective action team. So where we do have problems, we do come in and look at specifically what was the failure mechanism and what is it that we need to do to address those issues into the future to give us more reliability as we proceed with the generation over as we proceed with generation over a given year. Next slide, please, Mo. So I wanted to talk a little bit about, what have we been doing, or how is this showing up in terms of progress that we're making. And so if you look at from 2018, you can see that in 2019, where we had a high number of boiler issues associated with our NC2 or Nebraska City 2 station. And so that unavailability you can see is moving up over that time frame. And really what that is we're seeing a number of tube failures. As you can see on the right-hand side here of this slide, the reheat tube failures on NC1 you can see the hole that's associated there, and I don't know, maybe you could put your cursor over that so I can really indicate that to where that is. But as we start to see these failures, it really tells us to look at, are these failures that we're seeing consistently in this area? And as a result of that, we came to the board of directors last year and requested to be able to replace these tubes. And so the outage that we took, and these are multi-year projects that we take on, especially in terms of our boiler reliability. Last year, the board approved replacement of this reheater section, and we've just completed that earlier this year, last month, in fact. And so what we'd anticipate seeing would be that the boiler reheater tube section will no longer be having these failures. And as you can see that creep up on this slide, we would expect that to drop down again and be substantially more reliable and not have unplanned outages or forced outages associated with this section of the boiler. Next slide, please, Mel.
Sorry, hey Mary, sorry, a quick question on that. Could you go back? What's the
Sure.
y-axis there?
I asked that earlier today. I believe it is number of tube failures that we'd seen during that period of time. But Steve Bly, are you on the phone? Could you confirm that for me, please?
Yes, that's actually a percentage of unavailability. So the 3% represents we've had 3% of the available generation not there due to boiler tube failures.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was number or percent. So thank you, Steve. I appreciate that clarification. Any other questions? Okay, next slide, please, Mel. Okay, we do perform quite a bit of maintenance and reliability work. So in 2020, we had over 8,000 preventative maintenance tasks that were performed on 172 different pieces of equipment that were monitored for vibration, oil analysis, electric motor testing. So a pretty large variety of different monitoring programs that we have in place, resulting in those 8,000 preventative maintenance tasks. You know, this vibration monitoring being performed in-house in the oil lab that we've procured is really helping us to be more, I would say, direct and more immediate in our analysis as to how we would perform maintenance and what we can do in order to improve the overall reliability of our generation stations. We also are looking at continuous improvement, and as you can see here, one of the things that we've been looking at is, you know, how is it that we can bring in more of a state-of-the-art data analytics service? And so we've hired Black & Veatch to come in and help perform at least a pilot on Nebraska City 1. And you know, what they're doing is really investigating how we can take some of our historian data and put it into a predictive monitoring program, and really helping us to tune and fine-tune where we would do this maintenance to ensure that we would be able to improve the overall performance of our units. We've also expanded our drone inspection program, and we've used that in a number of different ways, but one recently that I know the board of directors is aware of, we used the drone to go in and look at a forced outage that we had on Nebraska City 2, I believe, during the polar vortex. And you know what that really saved us was getting in there to see specifically the area, the tubes that needed to be repaired. We saved about 12 hours just because we were working in parallel with designing what the repairs should be while scaffolding was being built to the exact area and location of the tubes that needed to be repaired. And so this drone inspection technology has really helped us to improve, once we have a forced outage, getting back online quickly and efficiently. Next slide, please, ma'am. And so this is the predictive maintenance program, or equipment reliability program that we've put in place. And I'll just start with the first one. In 2019, we put into place and looked at the criticality of each component in each one of these plants, and looked at over 107,000 different components to assess what the criticality of those components would be. And that's based on six different dimensions that we look at. And we completed that for Nebraska City and North Omaha. And now we're really focusing and moving on over to our peaking stations. And so we'll continue to align this type of equipment reliability program in all of our fleet moving forward. What that led to was really optimizing what our preventative maintenance program should be for each one of those critical components, and putting that into a system where we can monitor the system health and the component health, getting more down into specifics. And as we do that, what we've put in place is a plant health committee that will meet and review the components of both the system and review the components of the system and the component health on each one of these items. And so we're tracking and monitoring those and putting this preventative maintenance program into place, the reliability program. From that, we look at what can occur both from long-term asset management as well as just results and corrective actions. And so as we put this program in place, which was really set up and recommended by EPRI, we're now bringing it into the generation fleet at Nebraska City and North Omaha. We expect the rollout of the work order feedback and standardization process to continue through this year. And then, as I said, moving to our peaking stations on into this year and next year. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Troy By to talk about the reliability of the transmissions and distribution system.
All right. I'm Troy Vai, and I'm the Vice President of Energy Delivery here, and we'll discuss the grid performance. And so the board approved metric that we use to demonstrate overall performance is called SAIDI. And SAIDI stands for System Average Interruption Duration Index, and it really is focused on duration of outages our customers experience. So what the calculation looks at is the total outage minutes for the year divided by the total number of customers. And this particular metric is utilized across the industry, and because of that, it's easily benchmarked and has a standard calculation methodology to it. So for us, we have a goal of SAIDI. Our SAIDI goal is 90 minutes, which is a first quartile goal for utilities here in the Midwest of our size, and represents 99.98% availability. So pretty good goal for us. It's a good measure for us to strive to. There's a note in there that says the average outage duration per customer, excluding declared major storms. So in 2020, the derecho that took place was the one storm that was excluded from the calculation, and that's based so that utilities can kind of compare system performance on an apples to apples basis, where when you have kind of a strange event comes through, that data can be normalized for better comparisons. But that was the only storm that was excluded. I will mention though, when we look at where we want to perform maintenance and system improvements, we do not exclude anything. So that's probably an important point for me to mention. Next slide, please. All right, right off the top, our goal was 90, and we want to be below that goal. And for 2020, we did exceed the goal in a positive way, 86.4 minutes. The graph below highlights how our 3-year rolling average for SAIDI has changed over time. And as a reminder, it's minutes, average minutes per customer. And so from 2016 to 2018, we saw quite a large rise. A lot of that rise was due to tree-related outages and then some asset-related outages, but a lot of that was tree-related. We put some programs in place starting in 2018, and we've seen a nice decrease over the past few years in those outage minutes. So it shows that our programs are working pretty well. And I'll definitely go into more detail on some of those programs and just show the effectiveness of those in just a bit. Next slide, please.
Troy, you mentioned that this that SAIDI is measured as an average for all customers. Do we have any steps to measure that in a more distinct, either geographic or other kind of smaller customer grouping in order to understand? Do we have particular areas where there is a higher metric here that we need to work on decreasing? You know, if this is average over, and this is average over all three classes, residential, commercial, industrial, or can you help us understand how this metric is created? And then are there steps that we can take to help understand what are priority areas, maybe within, again, either within the classes or within geographic region, perhaps, that we would need to have additional effort? Is that something we can do in the future?
Well, you know, for reporting, for simplicity, and I think for comparison purposes, you know, we use metrics like this that allows us to compare our performance versus another utility. And so that's one measurement we look at. Internally, I will say when we're looking at where do we spend our resources, where do we focus, we look at it on a circuit by circuit basis. So we look at all of our circuits. And we stack those circuits up and find out which circuits are performing well, which ones need some attention, you know, how those circuits are trending. And so we have 300 some circuits on our, I think it's 300 some on our service territory. So we look at each and every one of those. And we use that data to help focus for, you know, the following few years, where we're going to put our resources and where we're going to actively put our efforts. And so, for instance, you know, the last few years, we've spent a lot of time and effort focusing on some of the rural locations because of the need to improve the reliability in those locations. So hopefully that helps kind of explain how we look at this. You know, you can't benchmark circuits with other utilities. I mean, nobody reports that. They report up a summarized version, which is what we use for comparison. But when the rubber meets the road, we look at it at a much more granular level.
Yeah, and I appreciate that our metric is based on how we compare ourselves to other utilities. I think we've talked about that in other monitoring reports, that this is not only an internal but an external comparison of how we're doing. So that works great. I appreciate the additional information about the 300 plus circuits. I don't think that we have seen a report internally, even either at systems or at the entire board, about are there circuits that we know have issues that we are continually trying to work to address in the future. And I think we have heard this question from each of the last two chairs of the systems committee as well, who represent kind of the more rural portions of the overall service territory, where they have heard, at least anecdotally, concerns about, is there a disparity between reliability in some areas versus others. And so if there is a way that we can kind of have some information available to review and understand you know, what that looks like across the circuits in the future, I think that would be appreciated. And I understand if that is confidential and not something that can be presented publicly at a board meeting for grid stability reasons, I understand that. But I think that is a topic that has come up, and if that is something we could take a look at, I think that would be appreciated.
Yeah, I think systems committee would be a good place to start with that conversation, and so we can put some information together. There's actually a graphic a little later in the presentation that I'll probably highlight that our teams put together to focus on that a little differently. And I'll share with you, we have circuit issues in the rural and we have circuit performance issues in the metro, and we are addressing those readily. And so just at a high level, you know, from 2017 levels, we've tripled our investment in our system for renewing assets. So that's quite substantial. And we're spending pretty much equal amounts in the rural and metro area, you know, on that work. So a lot more activity than we've had in the past with system investment, and it's starting to pay off, as I think you can see on the graphic here. Yes, we can definitely come and provide more distinct data in the future.
Great, thanks very much.
All right, next slide, please. All right, so a depiction of what's driving outages in our service territory. So you can see that you know, cable failures and equipment, the 16%, 26%, a good portion of what we're seeing drive outages. Trees, another large portion of the pie there. And so, that, by looking at these, it really helps us kind of focus what type of maintenance programs do we need to have? Where do we need to focus? And then just for discussion purposes, I always get asked, is overhead better than underground? And how are we looking at that? So when we break out the equipment failure pieces of the pie, we look at overhead and underground, and you can see, at least for 2020, and we saw it for 19, you see about an equal amount of outage percent, whether it's overhead or underground. Your overhead, you'll see more storm-related issues kind of roll through. Underground, if there's lightning associated with it, you can see some issues, but generally that's more failures, or if the equipment's hit by third-party contractors. We probably have about 300 or so instances where our underground equipment is hit over time. I think somebody just threw out a question: what constitute public causes? So could be somebody flying a kite. It could be someone hitting one of our poles with a tractor or car or something of that nature. Things of that nature. Next slide, please. We'll go into some trending of this pretty quick. I did throw kind of a new metric in here for review, just to discuss. I think it's a good one. The last one we discussed was SAIDI. It's our major one that looks at duration. We have SAFE, which I've thrown on here, that really looks at frequency. So how often are customers seeing outages? And generally, if you go to PUC filings, or if there's the discussion about reliability of systems, these two are probably the most frequently commented on and utilized. And so what we did is, we don't have a goal for this internally, an official goal, but we did create a graphic here that shows on the green line, that's what first quartile performance looks like from a safety standpoint. Blue line, second quartile. And so the lower you get, the better off you are. And you can see from a frequency standpoint, it shows that we've got some pretty good performance in that area. This one's also widely benchmarked, and it's easy to compare ourselves to others, which we like. Next slide, please. So our reliability programs, we have 4 different buckets that we work through in that sense. You're all familiar with vegetation management. It can be an exciting topic and near and dear to some folks' hearts. But as you saw in one of the earlier slides, 24% of our outages were driven by tree-related instances. So we saw that increasing. If you remember the first slide that we talked about from 2016 to 18, saw lots of additional tree-related outages. Added an additional $2 million a year to that program around 2018, and we're starting to see the benefits of that. We do use arborists, so we have talented folks that are out in the field that's doing the work for us. We have our transmission and distribution improvement program. This is the one I talked about earlier, that we basically tripled our efforts on that over recent years. And so that focuses on underground cable replacements, which we've significantly ramped up. We're replacing just shy of 100 miles per year, which is a lot. I mean, if you think about the engineering that comes into play, working through outages and things of that nature, lots of work around that, and that's quite a feat to pull that off, especially with all the other customer-related work that's taken place in the service territory. Wood pole evaluations. I think we set a new record this last year. Evaluated and inspected 28,000 poles, replaced 1,000. So pretty meaningful effort there. Lots of downtown network upgrades taking place. Kicked off a new overhead conductor asset management program through data and analytics. Just like with our cable, we found that there was a particular type of conductor that was showing poor performance, and so now we have a program in place to start addressing that. Kicked off again in 2020. We'll ramp up more in 2021. And so that conductor type is called ammoductor. We found that over time it becomes brittle, so we're replacing that. And then tons of substation modernization work, making sure relays and breakers and things of that nature are maintained. And again, lots of added resources to this area over the past few years, and so we're really starting to see some good benefits from that. We also have a power quality group, and they focus on kind of the smaller outages, and so they look more like in the neighborhood level or small business or large business level, and not so much just at the circuit level. So they dig in a little deeper, and we get the information from our customer group as they're having conversations with customers. We get contacts from customers on quality. And so one of the things I just wanted to highlight is we don't always know when a single customer or a small grouping of customers is having an outage, because our technology does not allow us to see that far into the system. So in some of those cases, we're really dependent on either patrols, if we send folks out to look at equipment, or those conversations we have. We do have some basic data that comes back that helps us kind of pinpoint where to send patrols out to really look. But we are also reliant on our customers to provide good data for us in that situation. In the future, that'll look different as we look at new metering options, out in the future that provide us more real-time data at specific locations. But still making a lot of good progress in that area. We've seen a lot of circuits and neighborhoods addressed over the past couple of years because of the power quality reviews. And it's an effort that spans not just energy delivery, but the customer side of our organization. And then we have the system planning and expansion, which looks at just that. How is our system expanding? How do we make sure that we have the capacity we need to continue to serve our customers in a reliable manner? And often they'll try to tie that into areas that may need to have upgrades. And so thinking about expansion, are there ways to hit a couple areas while you're there, not just the piece that's growing, but also to address any power quality issues that may have come up in that space also. Next slide, please. We'll go into some trending on this next slide.
Troy, we do have a couple questions in the comments there. First one from Director Molhoff about the outages related to the polar vortex. Is that SAIDI or SAFE where that would be reflected?
So the polar vortex was, happened this year. If you're talking about the curtailments that took place, so that would not be in any of the numbers that I've shown. And we are actually having discussions with other utilities now to understand how they're treating those, because our system actually performed really well during the polar vortex. Transmission, distribution worked really, really well. But the RTOs, for the reliability of the entire footprint from Canada down to Texas required some rolling outages. So we're actually looking at that. For now, we're assuming we'll probably include at least some of that. I don't know for sure. We'll make those final decisions this year, but again, our system actually performed extremely well during the polar vortex.
And if that is not a generally reflected type of event in the reporting that we've done in the past, perhaps there's a way that we could modify it and have an asterisk version of the numbers so that we could reflect the potential overall impact from a single large event, even if it is outside of the normal technical guidelines. I think it will be important. I know the after action report will be covering a lot of this, but helping people to understand the type of impacts that we saw from that event relative to the other smaller types of storm events, I think is going to be really critical for understanding what happened and how that relates to a normal storm outage where a tree takes out a line and people might be without power for a few hours as opposed to the 60 or 90 minutes that we experienced. But I appreciate you working to understand how we will incorporate that and reflect that in future updates.
Yeah, we actually had to create a new cause code because it's the first time it's ever happened, right? So it's unfortunate, but the overall impact of it, was in line with what you see with a normal storm, and actually probably less than what you'd see with a large storm. So, but understood.
And there is a second question. I'm going to actually ask Rick to read that question himself rather than me translating it for him.
Sure. It's the same question as Janice's. I just ask it differently. How do the outages or reduced service associated with the emergency energy actions relate to reliability metrics?
Well, for now, again, we're having discussions with other utilities on whether they're going to keep that in the calculations or not. And so we'll know more about that. But so if they're kept in the calculations, you would see that show up in both SAIDI and SAFE. If they are excluded, then you would not. But through that event, again, that there was not a system issue. There was great performance in that space, but it would be something that we'd still track and understand. And you know, as Director Williams mentioned, we've got after action reviews going on, not only at the utility space, but at Southwest Power Pool and ERCOT down in Texas and places such as that.
Yeah, so just soapboxing just a little bit. I appreciate the work that you're doing. I appreciate that everybody's cognizant of the need. I think the customers are happy the system works, but they're probably more focused on what happened at their house and a metric that represents that. So glad that the discussions are happening. Sorry to interrupt.
All right, next slide, please. And back to that last comment, I mean, obviously, our focus is to try to have the least amount of interruptions possible to customers, and you know, these are things that we're focusing on that we can control, and we'll work at that larger frame. We have folks that are also involved in the Southwest Power Pool review, and so we'll have more information that comes from you later. The next slide, I've been promising some trending, and so here it is. And if you look to the left, it's vegetation management, kind of you see a before and after picture there. When we have vegetation that is touching the lines, that's problematic on a normal day, but you can imagine when you have 40, 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds that come through, what kind of fun that can drive out in the field. So very important piece of our maintenance program. If you look at the graphic below, number of instances resulting from customer outages, and these, I believe these are based on a 2-year average. But starting in January of 19, you can see around 2,700, and then as we've continued to focus and had more resources devoted to tree trimming, you see a nice trend line going down, which is what we want to see. Not as low as we want it. We still have work in progress, but showing that the activities that are taking place and the focus around that's making a difference. Proactive cable replacements, same thing. Nice picture of kind of the old cable and the new cable coming in, and as well as kind of that change in trajectory of incidents resulting in customer outages and how we're seeing a decrease in that space. So good, just shows the value of having a good asset management program and continuing to have metrics and data which help drive, you know, where you focus your resources. Next slide, please. And I kind of mentioned earlier, you know, some of the analytics and some of the visualizations. This is the slide I was referring to. About 2 years ago, we had a group of individuals who spent a lot of time just digging through thousands of lines of our data to understand what kind of impact that the outages, what was causing the impact on the system, where they were, things of that nature. So we wanted to make sure we had good data accuracy. And through that, we have individuals like Mike Herzog, who I think is on the phone today, who's been creating visualizations and reporting to better analyze what's taking place. And so the picture on the left and in the middle is an example of a visualization that Mike's put together recently, which is actually can be ran in time series. So you can start at the beginning of the year where it's completely clean, and over time, as you move through time, you can see where the outages fall and the severity of the outages and location. And you can see this is an example of 2020 system outage incidents. And even though we do see some performance and poor poor performing circuits and some rural. We obviously have some in the metro that we focus on also. So this drives a lot of good collaborative discussions. You can actually take this visual and turn it flat on its side and see the height of the bars too. Just a lot of nice improvements in that area. And then from the analytics that takes place, sometimes we have to send some folks out to actually patrol the locations, take great pictures, develop work orders to get the work done. Goes through our design circuit improvement program. Is the cause wind and ice, and if so, there's some changes we can make to the circuits to address those, which we'll talk about a few of those in a bit. And then finally to field construction. Next slide, please. No asset management program would be complete without good inspections, and that's another area that we've really ramped up over the last few years. And just for note, from a distribution system standpoint, we have about 250,000 wood poles, and so we have steel structures too, in many cases for transmission. So lots of poles to inspect and look at. I shared earlier that I inspected about 28,000, inspected and treated 28,000 of those here in 2020, which I believe was a new record for us. I think historically we've seen anywhere from 15 to maybe 22,000. So good effort in that space. We're using aerial drone inspections on our transmission and our substations and finding a lot of value from that. We can use infrared thermology as we're doing those to look for hot spots and issues that may come up, and then from a transformer standpoint, dissolved gas analysis, which is a really good predictor of life of those transformers. I think I'll jump down to surface mounted equipment inspection program. We just kicked that off here in 2020 also. So the big green pad mount transformer boxes that you see all over the service territory, this program is going to be leveraged to inspect those. We want to get on a cycle where we look at all of them every 10 years, and through that cycle, inspection and painting and maintenance and things of that nature. So a good program for us to stand up and continue to maintain. And then I think I've spoke before about the downtown network, but we actually inspect each and every one of those vaults every year. We look at we have infrared pictures that we take to understand if there's anything going on from that space, and we do a lot of sampling and visual inspections down there, which has really helped kind of increase the reliability we see in that space. Next slide, please. All right, so innovation, continuous improvements. I mentioned drones earlier. Those drones are giving us fantastic pictures of the extent of condition of our equipment. Unfortunately, thousands of pictures take a lot of time to look through also. And so currently there's still kind of a manual process around that, but the group is looking at how artificial intelligence in the future could be leveraged. Several utilities are starting to look at that, in fact, to figure out how that can be leveraged in the future to process that much quicker. We've talked before about smart reclosers. We had 5 additional reclosers in 2020. We put in some rural areas, North Bend and up near Utan, on a couple circuits that we know have had some issues. They're long circuits, and the smart reclosers will help sectionalize those. They were installed last year. However, I think the communication to those was just recently energized, and so we'll see how that helps us throughout the summer. We're also, since it uses a cellular backhaul, it's a little bit of a pilot to understand how that cellular works in those rural locations, and if we have any type of concerns or issues with the communication around that. We put some new airflow spoilers on our 69 kV near Falls City and near Fremont, and the Falls City line was actually done hot, and that's the first time that we've done that type of work without taking an outage. And so what that saved was the city of Falls City from having to run their natural gas generation for a couple weeks. We brought in a specialty firm that they do that type of activity, and they do it very safely. And this first time we've done that, we will probably see more of that activity in the future. So that's kind of an improvement for us. Also piloting some new types of distribution wire called Twisted Pair. And Twisted Pair has been shown to have great resiliency in wind and ice storms. And so we're putting that in a few of our rural locations over this year, last year, in the next few years to help address that. And then last but not least, we are having discussions with some of our neighboring utilities, specifically the rural ones. Utilities across the nation tie and do a really nice job at a transmission system level, making sure there's interconnection, less so in the distribution. And so our folks have been having conversations with entities like Norris and Burke County and Auburn. And we actually had our first project with Auburn kickoff. It was down around Peru. And so instead of each entity having to build multiple miles of line, we work together to connect our systems so that we can help each other out in the case of storms. Next slide, please. This is just a snapshot of a few of the locations that we spent additional time focusing on in 2020 and in 2021. Some of these projects span years, and that's why I'm giving this range. And so from Arlington, you can see a lot of rural locations on there. Many miles of rebuild and new overhead conductor. Some locations, we've actually replaced the overhead with some underground where it made sense to do so. And just lots of activity across the service territory. And again, this is just a snapshot of a few of them. We have many other locations that didn't make it on this particular slide. Next slide, please. Part of meeting the requirements is ensuring, like Mary said earlier, that we meet NERC standards. And OPPD is officially audited on site every 3 years. The next audit will be in 2022. But we do have quarterly self-certifications that basically the MRO defines what we need to look at. And we perform an internal audit, and then we share that information as well with all the documentation back to the MRO for their review. We have a good working relationship, a lot of trust between the organizations, so that continues to work pretty well. And OPPD's had no enforceable violations since the last SD4 update, and in fact haven't had any for quite some time. Next slide, please. And this is my final slide with the recommendation from the System Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee that recommends the board find SD4 to be sufficiently in compliance with board policy. And with that, we'll take any questions you may have.
Great, thanks very much, Troy. I guess first on this one, this particular SD has a number of metrics listed in the language, and I'm not sure if Mo can pull up way back at the beginning of the slide deck, if we can jump to that one that does have the language and reflects the metrics, and we could, I know there's a lot between, I don't know if there's a way to skip start to finish, or finish to start. There are a number of different specific metrics here, and Troy, can you help us highlight where we are relative to the metrics that are specifically included here, and how we did, did we meet it? Did we not meet it? How are we doing over time? Do we have positive trending on each of those specific metrics?
Sure. So the generation resource, I think, is Mary's. I'll let her speak to that. I think she's very close to it, but maybe slightly above. As far as the SAIDI, which is the 90-minute, we did have a better performance than 90 minutes. We had 86 point something, 86, slightly around the 86-minute mark. So we met that metric, and then which really refers to the maintaining a reliable transmission and distribution system.
Yeah, Great, thank you. So on Sadie, yes, met the metric and have in the past. I'm glad to hear. Mary, and on yours again, the generation metric, we were just slightly on the wrong side, but expect that to be improving, correct?
We are on the wrong side, and as I explained as I went through, it really is tied to the extensive outage that we had in 2019 associated with the rotors, the turbine generator rotors at NC1. And as I said, we are replacing those currently as we speak. The new rotors are in and they are being replaced. And because of that, because this is on a 3-year rolling average, until those outages roll off of that 3-year average, we likely will not make this 90% through 2024. But we are monitoring it on an annual basis. And we have annual reliability metrics that we are tracking and monitoring. And we came in just about 0.2% under the target that we had anticipated for 2020. So very close to our annual target.
Great, thank you. I see a hand from Director Yoder.
I just wanted to offer my kudos. 30 years ago, in my career, I was set up a computerized maintenance management program and very definitely deep into the preventive and wanting to do more predictive. I'm envious of all of the tools that you have available. Certainly all of this stuff pays off tremendously. And I'm not only proud to see what's happening in both Ms. Fisher's and Mr. Vai's teams, but very happy for the metrics and the decisions that are being made based on the data that you have developed for this. So I think it's a great report. I would be happy to see any additional metrics that the management team is comfortable with incorporating. But this is just a very thorough report, and I think it's great that we have this information available to the board and the public.
Great, thank you. Director Moody, do you have a question?
Yep, I'll just pile on to that. In preparing for CEO interviews and reading public stakeholder comments, clearly reliability is extraordinarily important to people. So this is a very important strategic directive for us. And to Rick's point, this is a good report that I appreciate seeing things like safety and additional indicators to help me wrap my head around how we're performing. So great trends, going in the right direction, good report, happy all around, good job.
Great, and I don't see any other hands. Do any other directors have anything you want to shout out? Mo, if we could move to the end. I don't hear any additional questions, but the last slide talks about the expected next step here, which is on Thursday, recommendation 4. And there we go, sufficiently compliant with the policy. Does anyone have any comments related to the recommendation for the action on Thursday? I haven't heard any, nor did I see any information that made me think anything different. Given a few seconds here, I don't see any comments now. Great. Troy and Mary, I did have one additional question. At the federal level, there's a lot of discussion about funding and infrastructure investments. This is somewhat outside of the monitoring report that we've provided, but as we look forward to continuous improvement in this area, is the potential for infrastructure investments an area where we could see assistance in making some improvements so that we could continue to have better metrics and better overall performance in the system? Is that a possibility, do we think, or does that venture outside of systems and possibly over into public information legislative, do you feel?
No, I think at a high level, we are very interested in where we're headed from that federal standpoint, and any potential to leverage some of that, some of the resources that may come from that to better our system or our generation in the future, I think would be something we'd be highly interested in. And I know we have some folks who are kind of plugged into watching that and monitoring it, and we'll engage when the time is appropriate. But I definitely see some values in that from an asset standpoint. Mary, anything else?
No, you covered it, Troy. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Last point, since we have talked about the potential for an update in policy here in the future, I just wanted to remind everyone this one is on the work plan for the future. So based on the information we've seen today, if we can keep in mind the potential for discussion of update on this language so that in the future we can have an SD that helps us to continue to capture what we've seen here successfully and where we can make sure the policy is in line with the future direction that we're looking for. So please keep that in mind. We have talked about separating the policy language updates from the monitoring report, so we're not considering that at this time, but we probably will be talking about it later in the year in the Systems Committee. And if you have any thoughts or comments, please express those and we'll get those incorporated. So I think we'll talk about whether or not this is included in the consent agenda on Thursday when we get to that part of the agenda here today. But otherwise, I think, Mary, you have one more item to report on the Systems Committee today.
I do, thank you. And so nuclear oversight, if you could, thank you. Well, she's very good. In addition to ensuring that we are monitoring and maintaining security of our dry cask fuel storage components out on the independent spent fuel storage pad, the project has been progressing, and as I spoke a little bit earlier, we are really maintaining a pretty good schedule and really paying attention to the costs associated with this. You will start to see changes in the skyline. If you haven't been out there, we are in active demolition at this time. There's been a lot of preparatory work to get here, removing hazards, making sure that the power was no longer into the buildings, et cetera. And we've now gone past that hurdle and have started the actual demolition. And so if you haven't been past there and you're driving past, take a quick look, pay attention, stay safe, but take a quick look. That skyline will start to change. We've also put in a waste processing structure. That construction is now complete. It was nearing completion at the time of this report. It's now complete. The rail spur is in, which will provide us opportunity to move our radioactive waste by rail, which is really a safe, efficient, and a really effective way of not only processing our fuel in the tent that's been constructed, but also actually moving our fuel to its final disposal area. We should be testing that new spur later this month. And then the license termination plan, which is really the plan that the NRC will review that will actually get us to the point where they will agree that there is no more radioactive components on site and that it has all been removed and properly disposed of, and we will return the site to its final green, hopefully green, original condition, or back to similar condition as it was originally. So that plan is really critically important, and it takes quite a bit of time for the NRC to review and approve of that plan, and then really to implement that plan. So we do plan on submitting that in the third quarter of this year for their review and approval. I did want to also talk just a bit about our quality assurance program and the Nuclear Oversight Committee associated with our quality assurance program. I do ask them on a monthly basis to provide us a report as to what they're seeing. They're set up as an independent auditor on site. They pay attention to all of the activities up there. They've been out doing a number of observations and have reported again this month that site performance remains good. I did also ask them, as I indicated before, we do put in a report on an annual basis to the NRC regarding our scope, our schedule, and our costs. That is required by the end of March. I asked them to go in and actually do a management directed assessment on this, just to ensure that we're maintaining that quality of the report, that the cost estimate is in compliance with the schedule and the scope, and that we are ensuring that we are reporting not only to the NRC, but also to the finance side of OPPD to ensure that all things that we are doing are being conducted in the manner in which is safe, effective, and meets NRC regulations. And I'm happy to let you know that they came back and had a number of things that they said we could improve, but overall we're satisfied with the report as it went into the NRC. And that will conclude my report of the nuclear program. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them at this time.
Great, thanks very much, Mary. I don't see any hands. If anyone does have a question, feel free to shout it out, but think that there are no questions at this time. Appreciate the update here and appreciate the cross-committee collaboration between senior management and the board on different items, as we heard about the financial aspect earlier related to decommissioning and the ongoing work that's been so successful here under the systems committee and by your team, Mary. So thanks very much for the continued success there in delivering on the implementation of the decommissioning that was related to the financial that we talked about earlier. So I believe if there are no comments or questions, and I don't see any, that would be the end of the Systems Committee report. And Chair Bogner, I will hand it back to you. Thank you.
All right, nicely done, Director Williams. Okay, so we're gonna break for lunch now. I have 12:25. Let's just call lunch until 1 o'clock, please, and we'll get an extra 5 minutes since we've done so well today. Pats on back for all. We'll see you at 1.
Hey, Brent,
Hey, Mo.
could I ask you to please promote Director Yoder back to a panelist? He's
Oh,
in the
thank
attendee
you.
list.
Yes, I will take a look at that. Sorry about that.
All right, and as that happens, we will turn to Director Mulhoff for the Public Information Chair Report.
All right, thank you. The Public Information Committee met on April 6th, and we discussed first a legislative and regulatory update that the full committee will hear shortly from Mr. O'Brien and Mr. Voiles. We also talked about the SD5 customer satisfaction monitoring report, which the full committee will hear shortly. We also talked about the customer trends update, and that document is located in the committee packet for the board members in diligence. So the thing about the customer trends update is that both residential and commercial accounts delinquent debt is decreasing. And I just want to offer my thanks to the customer service team for their work helping customers manage their payments over the last year. And then the final item that we discussed was just an update on the block rate project that Director Yoder talked about in the Finance Committee, since many of the committee members on PI are not also on the Finance Committee, so we got that update. So going back to the agenda, I believe next is legislative and regulatory update with Lisa.
Right.
Oh, no.
Actually, I believe we're going to do
Customer
SD5,
satisfaction.
Director Mulhoff. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you.
They switched the order up on you. Thank you, Director Mulhoff. Typically, it is the legislative and regulatory affairs that comes up first. So thank you for the time this afternoon and the opportunity to go over our latest customer satisfaction monitoring report with you. Earlier today, you heard our SD1, which is kind of the overall foundational report that gives and you saw a scorecard that shows how we're performing overall. And that speaks to how we're performing primarily from an operational perspective. The one component in there that really gives insight as to what our customers are thinking is the customer satisfaction, the SD5 report, and what we monitor. So today we're going to be able to share that. It reflects the perception on many of the components that are sitting on that scorecard, whether it's about financial and rates, the billing, and then a large part of it is the reliability that you heard about this morning. So this report is reflective not just of what occurs in the customer service area. I remind everyone of this every year. This is reflective of all of the work of all of the men and women at OPPD and the fantastic job that we continue to do to provide electric service for our customers and ensure that we're providing it in ways that they are looking to OPPD to provide not just the service itself, but how we interact around that service. So Mo, if you want to go to the next slide, SD5 establishes that customer satisfaction is key to OPPD's vision and ensures that we're obtaining feedback from our customers in order to better evaluate and prioritize our investments in our system, in our strategic plans, and our operational activities to ensure that high satisfaction. The primary accountability, of course, is how we're performing and that we are performing in the top quartile performance in the region with our peer utilities. However, there's some other accountabilities that I'm going to report on today, if you go to the next slide, that are incorporated into this SD5. So in addition to that primary accountability of of our top quartile performance. We want to make sure that we're regularly obtaining feedback. So I'm going to talk about the different types of feedback that we typically are getting from customers. Then I'll give you more details about how we're measuring up from a customer satisfaction perspective. We'll talk about how we use that voice of the customer to prioritize the work that we're doing for our customers, and then hit on how this SD really sets forth how we are to interact with our customers and communicate to customers if we're not treating them fairly, how we can respond to that, and then also to provide our customers and our board with updates on customer trends. So those are the key accountabilities that I'll be reporting on today. Well, if you want to go to the next slide. In terms of how we are obtaining feedback from our customers, I would say we're constantly, and actually, as we talked about before, we may be overloading our customers with requests for feedback with all of the great efforts that we have underway. But I'm going to step through the different types of mechanisms that we have, tools that we have to get that feedback and when we use those. So the first one is the syndicated customer satisfaction studies, and that one I'll dive into a little bit deeper, but that really tells us not just how we're performing, but it also shows us how we're performing against our peers and helps us to understand where we have gaps in performance and where we can make improvements. And that we use national research firms for us to gain those insights. The next tool we use is our online power panel and our OPPD Community Connect tools. And you've heard us speak of those, and it allows us to get some pretty rapid feedback from our stakeholders and customers on pertinent issues that are out there. And it can have to do with products and services that we're, whether it's a concept, whether it's a specific topic, such as our SDs, we can put those out there. But it's really meant to get some specific feedback about specific topics from a panel of customers in the OPPD Online Power Panel, which is an online tool that is, I think it's about 5,000 customers that we typically have enrolled in that panel, where they've stated they're available and they're interested in providing OPPD feedback. And then the other tool, of course, is the OPPD Community Connect, where we put topics such as Power with Purpose out there, and the SDs and customers can go out and provide their feedback and commentary for us to follow up on and get back to them. So the next tool that we use is our transactional and journey surveys. And this is more specific to customers who have actually had an interaction specific to their outage or billing and payment journeys is what our focus currently is about. So these are an after call type of survey where a customer who's had an interaction, we will contact them and ask for specific feedback with regard to their experience with OPPD overall, with the rep themselves during that interaction, and then as well as the process. And that informs our customer experience. It also is a tool if we get feedback, we're able to give reps specific performance feedback from this tool. If we have a situation where a customer has indicated that they're not satisfied, it does alert our supervisors and they follow up with those customers individually to get their needs addressed. The communications tracking study is a proprietary tool that Lisa and her team have used for many years, and it's really to gauge the trust that our customers have in us, their overall confidence level, how we're performing from a communications standpoint, if we're keeping them informed, and about our messages and trends. And so that tool is something that we've used for many years, and it kind of provides us a baseline and perception of how our customers continually see OPPD trending. And then the final thing is qualitative in-person and virtual sessions. Obviously in 2020, they went to a little bit more virtual than what they have been in the past. Typically these are in-person type focus groups, empathy interviews, that type of thing, where we can have a conversation more so and get more specific feedback, more qualitative feedback about concepts whether it's a product and service that we're looking to do, and making sure that we're understanding where customers are coming from and getting their perspective to build into the final solution that we design for our customers. So that's an overview of the different types of feedback that OPPD is typically getting from our customers. And then I'm going to step into now how we, if you go to the next slide, we're going to dig into the syndicated study data that we have on both our residential and commercial and industrial classes of customers. So our residential customer satisfaction, we use the J.D. Power syndicated study. So they do an annual study that's performed in 4 quarterly waves to assess not just OPPD customers, but customers from across the United States to understand what those customers are feeling, what their perceptions are towards their utility. We've been participating in this residential study for over 20 years now, and we're in the Midwest mid-size class is what we benchmark ourselves to. On the business side, we are using Escalent's Cogent syndicated study. And so I know I've shared in past reports, we had struggled on the J.D. Power side to get enough sampling to where we felt it was statistically valid and consistent results in order for us to make judgments and decisions off of. So we moved to Escalent's Cogent study. And while they've done better about getting a higher number of OPPD customers in that survey panel, we are still struggling from a benchmarking perspective, and I'll be able to speak a little bit more about that when we get into the commercial and industrial results in a few minutes here. But this study again is focused on the business customers, and it looks more at a relationship, the relationship of the utility and the customer. So while they have different factors kind of built into each of them, they're still I'll say they use different language around their factors. They still really focus on, what's the reliability look like? What is your pricing and billing look like? And then how do you show up in the community? What's that relationship look like with your customer? So if we can move onto the residential. Oh, and I'm going to have you just go ahead and move on to the next slide. So as a reminder, part of that J.D. Power study with the residential customers is to first determine what's important to the customer. And so you see across the top of this graph, that dark blue bar, and that shows the 6 factors, that customers have indicated are most important. And they're then surveyed over 100 different topics within these categories that establish how the utilities are really faring. The percentage under those factors there represents the relative importance that our customers have indicated that each of those factors are. Power quality and reliability has been the top priority for years. Price is typically the second next top priority of our customers. And then in the other 4 factors, we're seeing a little bit of shifting. Billing and payment has typically been up there fairly high with pricing, but we're seeing some shifting to customer care. So this year, the customer care percentage was at 9%. And that's typically been in the 4 to 5%. And that's primarily because these customers that are being surveyed through J.D. Power haven't necessarily had a specific interaction with their customer in order to score on that customer care spectrum. So typically that service element doesn't kick in unless they've actually had an interaction with OPPD within a stated period of time before the survey. So those are the factors that were rated on. And then on the chart below that, you can see that on a scale of 1,000, we have each of those factors for OPPD's performance over the past 5 years. And so you can see that in each of the categories, OPPD had a really steady climb in our scores. And then we had a drop in the 2019 survey year. And I'll say historically, I want to just address the timing here. So that historically, J.D. Power surveys would run from July and through June. So we would report this out in August. And in 2019, they made the decision that for 2020, they were going to move to a calendar year. So that 2019 and prior is representing a July to a June study period, whereas the 2020 is representing a full calendar year of 2020 from January through December. So as I mentioned, we had a drop in 2019, but you can see we had a really strong rebound in our 2020 numbers. And so we are anticipating that that rebound will continue. And now I think we'll just move into the next section, which is actually showing us in our benchmarked West
Julie.
mid-size. Sure.
Director Yoder, do you want to go ahead and ask your question?
So I'm not sure my question applies, actually. I understood you to say that the 25% to 9% between the different factors was driven by the survey, or is that driven by how the survey, by the customer's responses to the survey, or is that how the survey is set up with those weighting factors?
Those weighting factors are dependent or guided by what the customers are responding are most important to them.
Okay, so with that, so then my question was, is a 3% or a 5% within the error bounds, or you know, of the survey? How drastic is a 3% or 5% difference?
I think I will defer to if Al Wunderlich or Michael Leary is on
They're
the
both
call.
on the call.
So is that a Michael Leary?
It is.
Okay, let's have Michael Leary respond to that if he's able to.
Thank you, everyone. Is everyone able to hear me?
Thank you, Michael.
Okay. I'll take Director Yoder's question. This is based on basically J.D. Power's regression. It's a proprietary regression. So the factors are based on, or those weights are based on how much impact they have on overall satisfaction. So if you look at power quality and reliability and it says 25%, that's basically showing you that relatively speaking, it's the most impactful component on overall satisfaction in terms of what the customers are saying. So it's all basically J.D. Power's regression analysis on that.
I understand that. I understand what you said.
Does that answer your question in totality?
So there's really no confidence level, Michael. I mean, it's not like a there's a plus or minus 5%, you know, confidence level in that. It's really their proprietary regression analysis that they provide in the factoring of the survey results.
Right. In terms of J.D. Power's calculation, and this is a somewhat of an issue that we've had with J.D. Power, but awards are awarded on, it could be a 1-point customer satisfaction index or a 1-point difference in CSI. So say if we scored 750 and another utility in our segment scored 751 overall, they would win. So it would be a 1-point difference. So it's basically what you're looking at is like a total point measurement here.
Yep. I hear what you're saying, and thank you, Tim, for the clarification, and no need to take up any more time. Thank you.
Well, actually, I may want to have Michael clarify one more thing, kind of since we're on the subject, because it will tie into the Escalent study. So when it comes to the confidence factor, you know, OPPD is typically getting on the residential side of the survey. J.D. Power is getting, I think in this last year we had over 700 surveys, which does give us some statistical confidence in the level of surveying that's done and what our results are. But what we're seeing is they may not always hit a level for some of the folks in our peer set that gives us that same level of confidence. So you may see people that score higher than us who actually had maybe a smaller number of surveys that may not be as reflective of their customer base as say ours would be. And I think, Michael, I've stated that my interpretation of what I've heard from you and Al in the past correctly. So that may get to Director Yoder's comment about the confidence level.
Thank you.
And Eric, did you have another question?
Yeah, we've got different metrics in different areas, and I apologize, just to make sure I understand. These are an absolute score out of 1,000, but this is not relative to other utilities. That is, it looks like on future or additional slides, we'll have that information, correct?
That's correct.
And so, I mean, I guess I ask because when we look at price, we also do, through the strategic directive metric, we have a comparison on our price or cost for customers directly. So this is a self-reported understanding and rating by the customers of our price, but it doesn't actually reflect the actual information about how our prices compare. Is that correct? For example?
That's correct. So we're not showing how we compare to other utilities in the slide deck today on price. What I would tell you is if you look at other utilities, you would see that similar drop between these factors where pricing is typically one of the lower scoring factors across all utilities. So yeah, it looks like we're, compared to our other factors, that one looks really low. However, I would say we're typically fairly in line with the other utilities in that pricing.
Sure, and having, I mean, literally just come off of the SD4 monitoring report on our quality and reliability, it's unusual to have a customer response about their perception of our quality and reliability when we have more technical metrics that accurately compare how we do compared to other utilities. And so this is a different version. This is the how customers feel about our reliability rather than how are we technically actually delivering on reliability. Okay, so I just want to make sure that we are correct. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we are understanding the information that we're seeing here. This is how it's perceived, not anything that we are able to internally measure. Thank you.
That is correct. And we know from our customer research that how customers feel about things or how they perceive it is, in fact, sometimes more important than what our operational statistics may tell us. Okay, so if we move to the next slide, then this will show us on the overall customer satisfaction. OPPD is in the orange. So this shows our trend line over time. So you can see that our overall satisfaction score has grown steadily and we're up to 749. But across over these years, our peer subset, that Midwest mid-size utilities, has also grown steadily and in some cases maybe more rapidly or higher than what we have. And so you can see the difference between the OPPD line, the orange line, and the blue line has changed over the years. And so we did under the chart itself, there's the quartile ranking for each of the years. And so when I last reported in 2019, we had dropped to third quartile, and now in 2020 we are back up in the second quartile. And then it also reports down there the number of Midwest mid-size utilities that were included in our cohort for the study year. So then if we build on this slide, on the next slide, it's basically this base slide. But there's a couple other pieces of data that I wanted to share. And the green dotted line is representative of the top performer in our Midwest mid-size class. And so you can see that top performer, which is Kentucky Utilities, has just been doing outstanding in the past few years. And they're clear just around 20 points higher than the next best performer in our class. And so the next, we're a few points off. We're within a 10-point range probably of the next utility down, but there's a whole group of us utilities that are kind of hanging together in that 750 range. And we were again at 749 at the end of that year of 2020. Now, the red line is, I had mentioned earlier, OPPD does the proprietary study that gives kind of an overall perspective from our customers. It's done by a local research firm that they are continuously surveying our customers. It's not done in waves. It's just kind of a continuous survey process throughout all months. And so you can see that those scores have been relatively steady and lifting over the same years that we're reporting the JD Power data here. So I guess where we're going with this information is that we had that dip in the 2019 year where we appear to be bouncing back and holding steady on the residential side at this point. What we know from our past conversations with the JD Power regarding our results and in talking with the other utilities, one of our big challenges is on our technology and being able to expand on our digital experience for our customers and making sure that they have the information that they need about their service and that we're able to communicate in the ways that they would want and in a proactive manner. So those are some of the gaps that we continue to work with Kate and the rest of the enterprise to fulfill. Okay, Mo, if you want to go to the next slide, if there aren't any further questions on residential, I'll jump into the business. So on this slide, it's a bit divided with that gray line. So we did rely upon the JD Power for the business report out prior to 2018, and then we migrated over to the Escalent survey. And so as I mentioned, the factors on the JD Power are very similar to the residential. They may be weighted slightly different by business customers than residential customers, but it's those same 6 factors. On the Escalent side, it's built around a brand trust, which has to do with how we communicate and what we're doing in the community and the environmental aspect, and then our product experience and the service experience and how we're interacting with our customers. So the results for our 2020 year, you can see that we dropped down. Last year we were at 765 and we dropped down to 752. And the benchmark is at 780. Now this, again, we feel like we have this directional aspect where, we feel while we didn't get maybe as many surveys as we would like, it's much better than what we had previously in the JD Power. But from a benchmarking perspective, there's a lot of volatility where other utilities may be second one year and then they fall down to 16 or 17 the next year. And when you dig into the number of surveys that they had for that particular utility, it may have dropped significantly to where it really wouldn't be a representative sample. So the team continues to work with the survey provider on that in order to improve those results. But we will continue, we dig into the data that we do have to understand where we do have gaps. Again, on the business side, it very much is dependent on that digital experience. Some of the things that we've been working on to close the gap on the business side that you've heard me speak to in the past were in 2019, we developed a strategy for our commercial and industrial customers, and that included to expand our account executive representatives to cover a new level of our commercial and industrial customers. So in 2020, we did introduce new account executives, and so that team was getting stood up. They did an outstanding job during our response with the customer first solutions and working with that next level of customers on the commercial industrial side. to offer them pay solutions, energy efficiency advice, that type of thing. And so we'll continue to expand that. But I think what we quickly learned on the polar vortex side, and you'll learn more about this in the after action review, is that, you know, without the digital channels in order to be able to provide more specific personalized communications to the customers, it's very difficult. We could add a lot of account executives and probably still not be able to communicate well in that type of a situation. So we really do need to up our technology investment on our customer side in order to get that to get those addressed. And we have some initiatives we're working through. We've got some foundational projects that are going on with the business technology and the customer service group, and others that will address our contact center platform, improving that, upgrading that system to make sure that we have stable technology in that area. And then we're also upgrading our customer care and billing system, and that will be a project that likely would get implemented in 2022. Both of those projects, like I said, are foundational. There may be bumps along the way that we get from it. I'll say positive bumps, that some functionality that we may be able to introduce with those projects. But since they are foundational, it really just sets the foundation for us to be able to add on in the future years post 2022.
Hey, Julie, would you mind if I jumped in for a moment with the
Not at
digital?
all. Thank you, Kate.
You're welcome. You're doing a great job of articulating all of this. I just wanted to add a little bit to it. Julie's team has been phenomenal, I will say, in finding ways to solve for some of these things without a direct technology build out, I'll say. And so it's giving us the breathing room to figure out what we need to do from the digital side of things to build the plan, to create the roadmaps, to get this in a state that matches what Julie's describing. I just wanted to articulate that because it's a really important topic in terms of how we're building out the digital experience, and it ties to the strategic initiatives in terms of understanding the customer space and what they're desiring, and where we need to maybe make a jump further in some spaces and not do an incremental move because of the gaps that we have. And so to what Julie's describing, we are doing foundational work that's really based off of a risk view of the technology, and then also looking further out and bigger in terms of some of the components that make up these measurements and make up what the customers are looking for. But I really just wanted to call out the partnership has been phenomenal. And some of the work that's being done, or all the work that's being done, is really helping in this space. But to Julie's point, we're going to hit this point where we're going to have to take a leap further with the foundations that we're putting in place. Thank you for letting me jump in, Julie.
No, thank you, Kate. I appreciate you jumping in, and the teams have been working really well together, and we've been able to deliver some pretty cool things over the course of the year. Even though we've had the technology debt, I've been really impressed with some of the functionality that the team has been able to add. So I appreciate the work on both sides of the fence. And to Kate's point, the customer service team and public affairs have been using this data over the years to really help inform our roadmap. And that's what we're working closely with Kate's team on, not just these operational, I'll say quick wins that we maybe are introducing, which, you know, get us smaller gains, but some of these longer term where we think will really close the gap. We're getting very aligned around what those need to be and the priority in which we need to approach those. And the team has done a great job of, you know, like I said, talking with the other utilities, getting involved with different, you know, trade industry organizations to understand what other utilities are doing and how they're performing. And what they're offering their customers that are helping them get that edge on performance over OPPD. And so a lot of it, again, it centers around that digital channel, and we'll continue to work on that with Kate. Okay, if there aren't any other, I should look real quick. Are there any hands up? Doesn't look like it. So
I don't
if,
see any. And thank you for addressing that, the digital issue. I think that was a concern that the committee had, the pre-committee meeting. So thank you for addressing that, Kate and Julie.
you bet. Okay, Mo, if we move on to the next slide. So as I mentioned, you know, we do use the voice of the customer to help us prioritize, and the different tools get used in different ways throughout, you know, the product development cycle, or whether it's a product that we're developing or even some processes that we're looking to introduce to our customers, we're using the different tools. And this is just an example, or provide some examples of how in the past year we did use these tools to help us gain insights. And so we, you know, certainly for our customer first solutions package, green power, and I know everyone's anxious to hear that one got that effort was started, and then COVID hit, and we had to switch our efforts to the customer first solutions package, but the team is really close on getting the recommendation to the senior management team. So you'll be hearing more about that in the coming months. We made huge gains on our customer owned generation website and process. And so, you know, we relied upon a ton of feedback and interactions with the customers to help us design that approach and that process for our customers. The other one that I want to hit on is over on the second column, the CARES Act outreach with nonprofits to figure out how best to implement new funding. And I think this speaks to, you know, we certainly reach out to our customers, but we're also reaching out to our partners who help us serve our customers to make certain that we can understand from them how we can improve the ultimate, you know, journey for our customers, and how we can meet our customers in the paths they already are with other agencies and that type of thing. So it's not, our outreach here isn't just with our end customer, it also can be with those that are serving our end customers. Our next accountability is about respectful interactions, and this is, you know, solidly on our foundation, our core values, our passion to serve, honor the community, and caring for one another really guides how we are interacting with our customers. And so we ensure our reps are respectfully interacting with customers, whether it's over the phone or in the field. We're able to do that through our call monitoring program and through our customer survey data. And so on the call monitoring program that we have in place, we look at the quality. You know, that one is based kind of on what we're expecting the call to sound and look like, and how the customer rep performed. You know, were they efficient? Were they accurate with the information that they shared? Were they empathetic to the customer? Those are the types of qualities that we're looking for and giving feedback to the rep on. In addition, as I mentioned, we have those transaction studies where the reps will get specific feedback from a customer's perspective of how they performed during that interaction. And so both of those tools provide means for us to coach our reps to ensure that they're up to the standards that and the expectations of our customers. And then we also provide customer service training that really focuses more on the softer side. There's a lot of technical information that they need to know to be effective and knowledgeable in their job, but we also do spend time on the quality of the interaction and the softer skills that they need to be able to perform well with our customers. The next slide kind of is our customer first solutions. Was really an opportunity to showcase kind of all of these aspects or accountabilities of SD5 in terms of we got, you know, understanding where our customers were, how can we interact and respond in an empathetic and respectful way to our customers and help them ease where they were at that moment a year ago when I'll say the world somewhat shut down and people had a lot of uncertainty on how they were going to pay their bills. And so I'm really pleased with the efforts of the team. And it wasn't just the customer service team. Again, it was folks from throughout the organization who really rallied around how can we better serve our customers. And we have a comprehensive report that was provided to the board through director's update, but that final report on the customer first solutions is also available out on our website so that our customers can see and understand how OPPD reacted and responded to help them through the past year. And finally, treating with fairness. This is our, the SD specifically calls that we shall communicate a procedure to our customer owners if they feel they have not been treated fairly. So if something does go wrong, there's several ways that a customer can make us aware of that. They can speak with an account supervisor within the customer care area. And those are typically quickly resolved by that team. They're seasoned representatives and they are very empathetic to the customer's challenges and have ties throughout the organization in order to help facilitate getting those issues resolved. In addition, customers can go to oppd.com and on our contact us page, they have the means to either contact customer service or they can contact a senior manager or board member to share their concerns. Again, those get addressed internally to ensure that we're meeting what the customer's needs are. And then finally, the dispute process on a disconnect notice is a state statute that we're required to provide on the back of a disconnect notice, what the customer can do if they dispute the amount of their bill and the timing of when it needs to be paid. Typically, our customers are escalating those issues through the contact center, and very infrequently those get escalated through the board. And so again, I've not had a written or I'll say in-person consultation on that, a conference as described under the state statute for many years. So that part seems to be going well for OPPD. And then our final accountability is on providing some trends and updates. And I think in 2020, we've provided more information about our customer trends than what you've had in the past. And we're going to continue to provide that update on the customer receivables and disconnect information and energy assistance information through the PI report, the Public Information Committee report. So there we had some detailed information that was provided monthly. We've also provided updates on our income qualified, our LED streetlights, which we're 60% completed on the conversion of our streetlights for LEDs, and different products and services we're providing those updates through our Public Information Committee meeting updates, through directors updates, and through the president's reports occasionally during the monthly board meetings. So to summarize, we're making progress. We did rebound on the residential side. We still have work we know to do on both residential and the business customers, those gaps to close, which we discussed. And we are continuing to monitor those and put plans in place to move us ahead. One thing I hadn't mentioned earlier was the industry, that item number 5, where OPPD did have a relatively stable performance and is slightly ahead of what our industry average was in perceptions with regard to that response to the pandemic. So that customer first solutions and how we communicated around the pandemic, we tended to score above average on that. So in closing, the customer service team obviously and public affairs will continue to partner with the rest of the business in order to ensure that we're making them aware of how our performance is impacting the customer's perception of our performance, and making sure that we're closing any gaps that we identify. And that brings us to the recommendation.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you to all the team on customer service. This has been a really difficult time for everybody as we've been working from home and trying to do all of that customer service work through remote channels. So thank you to all the team. The committee recommended that the board find OPPD to be sufficiently in compliance, and I know that we've missed that top quartile goal that we are striving for. But again, directionally we're going in the right way, and I really feel like that the outreach that the team has done is really leading us to the right outcome. So any other committee members that want to weigh in on that, I'd be happy to hear from you.
I'll chime in. If I could I ask a couple of questions real quick, Janice, before I respond to that? Julie, could you remind me timing of the strategic initiative on the customer stuff?
On the customer engagement?
Yeah.
So our, actually, you're going to get an update on the strategic initiative next month, I believe. So we have hired PwC to be our consultant on that effort. So you're going to get an update on the current activities of the team next month.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is I'm trying to pair up. You know, you talked about the technology debt and the foundational elements that we need to have in place. Sounds like we're really not going to have those until 2022. So I'm trying to understand how all that stuff fits together and maybe kind of organizing my expectations a little bit for what this report might look like next year and the year after. So that's part of the reason why I was kind of wondering where I don't need the details on the strategic initiative. I was just kind of maybe asking you to remind me of timing and when that guidance might be ready for us to use to define the map that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so Heather, who's leading the customer engagement, Heather Seekin, the customer engagement for the future, has been involved in some of our discussions as we've been working on our contact center platform modernization, customer care and billing, and her team is tightly woven into that. In addition, she, as all of the SI leads are tightly woven into the BT strategy, and that discussion with Steve Brown. And so, and as well as Aaron Smith and the grid modernization, which can impact that customer satisfaction going forward as well. And so I think what you'll see over the next month or next year as those teams are moving forward and those plans start getting, I'll say, more integrated and fleshed out as to the timing of what that long-term technology plan looks like, and then how that meets our needs in terms of the customer engagement, customer satisfaction, the pricing strategies that we want to put in place, that type of thing.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that reminder. Yeah, it's all certainly intertwined. I think I've got a separate question regarding metrics that I think is for another time, so I'll just ping you on that. And then to Janice's point, we did have a good conversation in committee about, you know, this is the second year in a row when we're not hitting our goal. So, and I think if I could kind of summarize at least my thoughts, I don't want to take the step of trying to summarize the whole committee's thoughts, but we acknowledge that the last 12 months and some change have been as difficult for some of the people that are, you know, in particular on the front lines of helping our customers survive a pandemic and some of the most difficult economic circumstances they could ever imagine. So there's been an extraordinarily great amount of work done on the part of that team to help our customers and to do everything that they can. So I don't want to minimize that work. I think it's been exceptional, and we've, for a number of meetings in a row, we were getting our customer update, right, and understanding how are we engaging with those people. So I've been really impressed with that work and the way that the organization leaned into it. We're not there yet, though, right? And ultimately, like, the goals that we've set, we're not achieving. And so that's where I get a little bit, like, in some ways we are where we are, despite of the technology debt, not because of it, right? The technology debt is what's holding us up. So as a board member, when I look at this report, I have these mixed emotions of thinking we're doing great work, but the outcomes aren't what we want them to be. So I think from my standpoint, that's, we went back and forth on whether or not we are where we want to be. And I think the at a high level, top level metrics, the answer is no. I also find it interesting that we're looking at SD4 and SD5 at the same time, because the SD4 metrics are like pretty clear, right? Like, you hit 90 on SAIDI, either you do or you don't, it doesn't move. Whereas with SD5, we've got these surveys and we really never know where the mean is going to be. We don't know what's going to be top quartile, where that's going to be moving constantly. In some ways, that's an advantage too, because I think it's context sensitive. Everybody's moving with these experiences that they're having through the pandemic rather than numbers that are set in stone. So I don't know, that's a lot. Maybe the point of it is, I'm happy with the work that the team is doing. I think we're doing all of the right things. I'm anxious for the systems to catch up with the work that the team is doing. Maybe is a good way to put it. All right, I'll be over.
Thank you, Director Moody, for recognizing the fantastic work that the team has been doing. And like we mentioned, that both BT and customer service and public affairs, and energy delivery, everybody's been involved in some quick wins that have been pretty cool and really are helping our customers in terms of being more proactive in communicating and in our day-to-day operations. And there it's a little bit more manageable. It's when we have these mass events, we know that we have got to get the digital channels in place in order for us to be better communicators during that time. With specific information to our customers that they're looking for from us. So I appreciate the recognition. I do want to share something that I had forgot to mention. I think next year, when we report this out, we're getting a new tool from JD Power, which to me is really exciting because, it's when it comes to benchmarking, being able to understand why others are scoring so highly. And so we can see how we perform, what our operational data is, and what our customers' perception is. With this new tool from JD Power, they're going to be tracking that operational data for different utilities. And so we'll be able to get the context of other utilities' customer satisfaction scores, their customers' perceptions, while also looking at how they're performing operationally compared to how we are performing operationally. So I'm really excited to see what that tool will help provide us in terms of gaps where we can, again, close in on where are some opportunities for us to better improve our performance for our customers.
I don't see any other hands raised, but I just want to bring up that, the option of just the incredible work that has been done with all of your customer care initiatives, the customer, the helping customers manage their payments and their bills, and from small businesses to individual residences, amazing work. The other option is to just acknowledge that because of the technology deficit and other factors, that we're taking reasonable and appropriate measures to comply with this policy, but that we're not sufficiently in compliance. So those are the two options we have. And so if the rest of the board members want to weigh in on that, the committee actually, came to the consensus that we would continue with the sufficiently in compliance. But again, there's an option to say that, yes, we're taking reasonable and appropriate measures to comply, but because of the technology deficit and other factors, all this work is harder. to achieve that top quartile. So anybody wants to chime in on that, I'd be happy to hear from.
So I'll just comment. I don't know where I land on this. You've laid it out pretty well, attention, and I just have to mull it over, I think.
Yeah, this is Tim. I think this is one of those where, this is part of the strategic directive. And so strategic is meant to be, our intent is to be at that level of customer satisfaction. There's just no doubt about it. That's our intent. And we have been there before. And so as that kind of paradigm of customer satisfaction changes, we have needed to be able to make those changes. And some of that's been limiting us. We've discussed here today, but some of the work that we're doing, I think, is unprecedented by some of the other utility work. And that's why I think Julie's comment on comparing operational data, which may be interesting, where people may be in other parts of the country giving higher ratings on power quality, but yet power quality operationally isn't as strong as ours. And so that will be the comparative piece for us going forward that I think will be really interesting. And that isn't to necessarily have us take a step back and go, well, we're still performing better, but our customers are less satisfied. That's not our intent. I think our intent is to make sure that we're putting programming and initiatives in place to make those changes. But again, the element of that strategic directive is meant to be strategic over long periods of time. And I think Julie and the team, as recorded today, is putting together, I think, the right initiatives to move us forward in the future. So thanks for letting me add.
Eric, go ahead.
I think I'm interested to hear from Rick again in a second, but if the decision is whether the recommendation is sufficiently in compliance or moving in the direction, Rick sounded like he was thinking about it, but we only really have one action at the board meeting, and it is yes or no. And so I think it's important that we decide whether we want to have the action say sufficiently in compliance or have the action say in the direction, so that we know when we make the decision on the action on Thursday, which of those we are voting on, essentially. On the metrics, hearing SD4 and SD5 presented back to back is particularly interesting because it is so technical on one side and so personal or so interpersonal on the other side. That balance of the technical or operational metrics that Julie talked about compared to the perception. Want to be careful about changing perception without improving the operational metrics. That is not always a successful path forward. However, the perception, as Julie said, can be more important than the operational metrics. And so what do we need to do in order to convey in some of those areas that we actually are in top quartile, top 10% in reliability and price, so that if there's a gap in the perception, and that's the metric we're using, what can we do to close that gap to the point of the perception is in line with the actual achieved outcomes? And so I'm not sure how to review that in terms of sufficiently in compliance if we are outside of the metric now, but we know that the underlying operational details are good and the perception is the area where the gap is. How do we review that on this strategic directive? That's a pretty tricky issue to sort through. So I don't know if anyone else has. I would be interested to hear from others if they have thoughts about the language of sufficiently in compliance or moving in the direction, given the fact that we know that the technical information is good, but there might be a perception gap. Thanks.
Craig?
Yeah, I think this is a very similar conversation we had in committee, right? And we wrestled with it, struggled with it, and ultimately, I think we came down to, in some ways, yes, we're essentially voting yes or no. Good point, Eric, 100% right. In my view, perhaps maybe more important is the conversation that we're having right now. And how it just emphasizes the board's perspective and the way in which we value the work that we're doing here, both in terms of what we've been able to accomplish and the work that is being done, but also, you know, perhaps happy but not satisfied. Let's keep going, let's keep working, let's drive towards higher numbers. Whether or not it's sufficiently compliant or working towards compliance, quite honestly, I personally don't think that that's extraordinarily important. I think the conversation we're having right now is pretty important. And I suppose I want to honor the committee's recommendation too, right? Like we talked about this is what we thought to bring forward. And so it would be my preference to stick with it. But again, this is why we talk as a full board.
I'm looking for hands raised. Any other comments? So again, the committee recommended that we found this report to be sufficiently in compliance, and unless I didn't hear.
Director Spurgeon and Yoder have their hands raised.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, that would be my vote. I think sufficiently in compliance does not mean that we're not going to try harder and do better, you know, in the future. I just think it would be a bit of a slap in the face given everything that has happened in the past 12 months and the really outstanding efforts that have gone on by the employees to do their best for our customers and stakeholders, for them us to find, well, you just didn't quite manage well enough in this extraordinary time. I think that's really not quite fair. So I would think sufficiently in compliance is adequate for this review. Thank you.
I agree with Mary.
Rick, did you have another comment?
You're muted, Rick.
Thank you. And I still don't know where I'm going to land on this. The point of having a metric is that it drives performance. And if those don't match up, then it requires an evaluation of the processes that get you to the outcomes you've gotten, which don't meet the metric. And goodness, I mean, I certainly don't take away any of the hard work that's been done. It's been outstanding and exceptional, but you know, Sisyphus worked hard to get the rock up the hill too. So where is it the process? I'm sorry, after listening, Julie, to what you said, I heard that we're going to change the technology of how we understand what we're doing. Where can we better understand the tweaks in what we're doing to get us there? Does that make sense as a question?
Are you so if you're saying we're changing the technology, as in we're pursuing another option that JD Power offers to further understand the data, that's correct.
Right.
We're doing quick wins within our current means and resources for those things that we can do with the current customer technologies that we have available. And we're developing the long-term path for how to improve or close the technology gaps for the customer service interaction, that digital customer experience.
So
that's the one that's going to take a bit longer to get to, but we're working with Kate's team to ensure that it's, we can get to it as soon as we can.
So the underlying cause, the root cause for not achieving the top quartile is we do not have the correct technologies in place. Is that it?
That's a big player in terms of being able to better communicate with our customers, the masses of our customers, but yet a personalized, customized type of message to them that's proactive. We don't have the technological means to do that today. We have worked with public affairs and others and using the technology that we have today, I'll say, to leverage it as best we can to get there, but we know it's not ultimately what's needed. And that's what we're focused on with Kate, is how do we get us to where we need to be from the digital experience. That doesn't mean that we're not making advances in other areas. I think, one of the things that we saw in the dip in 2019, we responded to that and provided some additional communications and marketing efforts to make customers aware of what we do have available, whether it's energy efficiency or performance data, the work that, kind of profiling the great work that OPPD employees are doing day in, day out to ensure that customers have their essential service. And we saw lifts in our scores. So there's other things besides the technology that we can do and that we are doing, but that technology, we believe, is the biggest lift that will help us close our gap.
Julie, can I add in again? Are you okay with that? So yeah, I just want to kind of go a little further with the technology components here. There's debt across the entirety, I'll put it that way. So we also have to balance how we're addressing that debt, because we can't only solve it in one realm. So say in the customer space, we can't apply everything into that realm and not address across the other spectrum. So in some ways, customer side has to pace with what we need to do across the enterprise. And we can't get that too far out in front without fixing some other things. So there has to be this balance. I want to make sure it doesn't appear like the customer realm is suffering in terms of technology in its own special way. It's across the whole realm, and that's what's making it even more challenging. It's not just in one space. It would be easier to address if we had one space that had challenges, but we have multiple areas, just not unlike other companies. I don't want to portray this like this is so special to us, but it's across the entirety and the interconnectedness of it. So the customer piece can't function with all the other components behind it, feathering in and being able to resolve what Julie's team is trying to do from a digital experience perspective. I just think that's an important piece to this, so we don't fully 100% focus on the customer piece from a technology perspective, since it is a broad piece in a puzzle for what we're trying to solve from a digital experience perspective. I hope that's helping and not creating confusion. And please ask questions if I've now muddied the water.
No, I don't think you've muddied the water. Julie, if you can, maybe we can just talk between now and Thursday.
Sure, that would be fine.
Yeah, so my underlying question, I think, relative to the technology goes back to the slide, Mo, if you can, back to the multicolored bar graphs of the OPPD factor performance recovery in 2020 and the differing bins, power quality, price, billing and payment. How would technology, keep going back, how would technology improve our scores in each of those bins? I mean, I could see where we could improve our billing and payment. I could see where it might improve customer care. It's not going to change price.
It's not going to change price, but tools that we can make available to customers. So some of the things that they ask about are, or some of the attributes within price are ease of understanding pricing, efforts to help manage monthly usage, fairness of pricing, availability of pricing options that meets needs. So, I mean, technology, some of our pricing options are held back by technology. Some of our ability to help customers really analyze their bills and how they're using the service is held back by technology, and how we can communicate proactively about their bill. If, you know, if we see a variance in our high-low analysis that's taking place, you know, it's difficult for us to tell every customer where we're seeing a variance over X% on their bill to give them a heads up, hey, something's looking, you know, out of line with your usage. Technology can get us to that point. So that's one way. Power quality and reliability, it's all about the communications around the outage, right? When do you expect it to be back on? Providing them information about what occurred with the outage and how many customers are impacted. We provide that information, but it's not necessarily in the channel that customers are looking for it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's the interconnected piece that I was attempting to articulate before. And I do want to go back to comments around this team has been so creative in using what we have. And I can't say enough between Lisa's teams, Julie's team, Troy's team. They are creative and are using and leveraging this in amazing ways in collaboration with our team from the technology side. And I think that's really important, what is being done there. And I will now kind of step out of this, but I just wanted to mention that again. Thank you for letting me jump in on the conversation.
Yeah, one last clarifying question. Go ahead.
I was just going to thank Kate. And I have one more piece of data that I was going to share with you, but go ahead and ask your question first.
Yeah, help me understand what's in corporate citizenship.
Involvement in local charities, civic organizations, actions to take care of the environment, variety of energy efficiency programs offered, and efforts to develop energy supply plans for the future.
Thank you. You had one more piece?
Yeah, so I was just going to share what something that wasn't reflected on our the charts that we did provide is that when you look at the quarter, so we said we wanted to be in the top quartile. The low score in the top quartile at the end of the 2020 year for Midwest midsize was 759. OPPD sitting at 749. So in our second quartile scores, they ranged from 743 to 753. So that just gives you some perspective of, you know, OPPD's sitting, I'll say, on the higher end of the second quartile of scores at this point.
That's good information. Thank you.
Okay, great discussion. So I'm going to go to Amanda and then circle back to Eric.
I think that maybe my question has generally been answered with what we just talked about, but if I'm hoping that when we're using the new JD Power tool, that we're able to understand what those competitors or those other utilities are doing in some of these buckets that are helping them get there. And of course, I don't expect you guys to become experts in knowing what the other utilities are doing, but you know, for example, I think you said, is it Kentucky Power? Like they serve a very small, like I think 170,000 people. So it's a smaller utility. And I know that this is still, you know, based on a class C utility, so they're probably still following ours. But you know, what is there a silver bullet there that they're doing that helps them score well every year? Maybe if you know about those things and can compare and contrast right now, that might be helpful for me.
Yes, so I don't know that they gave us a silver bullet. And but one thing we did identify was that the tool that they have available for outage information is far superior to what OPPD has available for outage information. And so that's one of the areas that we would like to focus on. It's, you know, that we have our outage map. It's very dated and it doesn't have the level of information, you know, in terms of telling customers more specifically about what the cause of the outage was, how many customers are impacted, and the ETR. Ours just really shows kind of like, here's an area where we have outages. For a customer to get more specific information, they essentially have to call OPPD or, you know, search for other places on the internet to get that data from our storm and outage page.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Lisa, for the added comment in the chat where, and just for public consumption, you stated that you spend a lot of time, your team spends a lot of time benchmarking and talking with other utilities and in other industries as well. I know there's a lot of knowledge share across this utility industry, and so I appreciate that, and I appreciate your answer, Julie, as well. I just was curious, like, is there, you know, is there one or two things that kind of float up to the top? And I know that we've talked about the outage maps before, so not a surprise there. Okay, I'm complete. Thank you.
All right, Eric.
Julia, appreciate the information about the top quartile. Looking at, I think, the next slide, it says that there are 16 in the Midwest mid-sized utilities. Is that correct? Yeah. So,
yes.
Yeah. So at 16, if we're talking about quartiles, that means 1 through 4, 5 through 8. From your range at 743 to 753, that means we are either 6th or 7th. So, I mean, I'm not too hung up on the quartile number because the selection size is so small. When you divide it into quartiles, that's a pretty, you know, each increment there is pretty high. On the previous slide, the continual increase in all categories, even particularly after the step down that we saw in 2019 and the data adjustment that you highlighted, shows good progress to me. And with the ongoing discussion about the tech deficit that we are working to overcome through the strategic initiative, I think that that's a great step forward in addressing some of the comments that we've talked about here. You know, on how we can communicate that information related to reliability or convey the messaging about the technical information that we've talked about. We've spent a lot of time about the vote or the specific language in the recommendation for the vote on Thursday, and I guess I would ask if Tim could clarify the difference between sufficiently compliant or moving in the direction and what that might mean relative to action over the next year, because we know that this is a vote on Thursday does not directly instruct staff to take any particular actions. And so, you know, is the discussion today helpful in gauging where prioritization of resources over the course of the next year in the budget or in staff time might help us to address some of the concerns that have been covered? Does what we've covered today, as Craig said, help us move in the direction of ongoing and increased success in the future?
Well, I think there's a couple things. So the measurement of this is the satisfaction rating. So that's the measurement of it. On that third page that Julie talked about of those 5 accountabilities, that's the actions that the team are driving in order to change those satisfaction levels to be more positive. And if I look at those 5 core values, those 5 actions, you know, you're going to, as Julie just talked about, how we're obtaining some of that information may drive changes within our operations outside of some of the technical debt issues that we have. But I will tell you, you know, we'll announce, or just the conversation we had on SD7 today around our commitment to identifying climate change as part of our SD7 environmental stewardship kind of rolls into that communication about our commitment to the environment and the ongoing work that we're doing. The Power with Purpose work, the Powering the Future work is all relative to those changes that we see customers are wanting us to demonstrate. I'm going to talk to Thursday in the President's Report about kind of the refinement of our Smart Energy Steps program to support those that are income distressed on energy conservation measures within their homes and the occupant areas. So these are areas where we are actually putting in place to assist and support and to help. And I think it's really consistent with those actions under that SD5 accountability element. And then the intent is, how do we begin to take those actions and drive those satisfaction levels? And to your point on the JD Power piece, and our concern a little bit on the business, where we don't have significant kind of numbers from a statistical significance perspective, we're continually driving and measuring, which is one of the elements that we have within the SD5 accountability. So from my perspective, it's, are we doing the right things to measure the customer satisfaction? Yes, we are. Are we making changes to the elements that we have the ability to control outside of technology today? And I believe we're taking those steps to be able to do that. And I think it just refines my team's approach, Julie's team's, Lisa's and Troy's and others around this organization to help support that in a very positive way. It's the reason why we talked in SD2 on the rates piece earlier, on making sure we have a broad communication and conversation with customers around block rates and what those implications are around those block rates, and to do that appropriately. That's what customers are wanting. So my perspective is it is consistently changing, and this dialogue has been very helpful, I think, to me, and I believe it has been to the team, on the seriousness of the board. I just, there's a triumph of technique over purpose, and I think the purpose are in those 5 measures that we're doing and that we're continually focused in on doing. I would say, to me, that's really, really, really important. The outcome is the satisfaction levels, and we'll continue to work towards those. Over.
Great. Appreciate that that response, Tim. And I think it's also important as a board that we keep this in mind, that if we want to prioritize an increase in customer satisfaction in this area according to the metrics, that we need to make policy decisions accordingly at the appropriate times. So thanks very much for the information today. I think that I am satisfied with the recommendation for sufficiently compliant on Thursday.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. And I think that what I heard is that we will go forward with our recommendation from the committee that the team, the customer satisfaction, the SD5 is sufficiently in compliance. So thank you, Julie and your team, and Kate and your team as well, because we know that you're working as hard as you can with the resources we have. So drive on. We have the next is our regulatory, legislative and regulatory update.
Yes.
So Lisa.
Yes, thank you so much, Director Molhoff. We will try to make up some time here. So all of the information is in your board books. We are on day 60 of a 90-day session. So as Tim O'Brien always says, he has a sports analogy. I'm going to do a race analogy. And Director Howard knows this. This is when people are going around that last turn and they're jockeying for position. So with that being said, we'll do a high level just update of changes of the Nebraska legislature, and then we'll touch on the national footprint and the dynamics there. So with that, Tim O'Brien.
Great. Good afternoon. Lisa, thanks for the tee up and sports analogy. So you got that out for me. It's a pleasure to speak with everyone today. We're going to spend about 10 or 15 minutes on the state legislature, and this will be an update leaving in from where we were before at the last update. So there's been quite a few things that have moved and changed, even some things since the Public Information Committee, and then we'll jump into our federal report. I also do want to thank and acknowledge so many subject matter experts that support our efforts. There is a lot going on, a lot of bill analysis, especially on the federal side as well, all while doing this in the COVID world. So, and I'll talk to some of those actions as we move forward. As Lisa said, we're in day 60, And so debate is continuing to happen right now. The legislature is working on the budget, and the budget takes several days or potentially even a couple weeks to work through. And so that's really where things are at right now. There has been progress on several bills, and Mo, if you'll go to the next slide, I'll speak to about a bucket of 5 topics, and then we'll take any questions that you will have. On this first slide, the major bill that's moved, there's 2, LB 83, this is on the open meetings changes. It's been moving really well. It actually moved to final reading on April 9th, so that was a change from the Public Information Committee. So it is moving forward. And a reminder, that bill clarifies how video conferencing can work and some of the actions around conducting virtual meetings, and that half of the virtual meetings can be taken place. And it stipulates a lot of the process and just updated the policy that was needed there. The other bill that had a little bit of movement is LB 84. This was a bill prioritized by the speaker. What it does is add small modular reactors to the tax incentive program. So that bill has a priority and will likely see debate sometime here in the near future. Mo, if you would go, you can actually skip the next slide. There's been no movement or changes on these bills. And it's a reminder, I forgot to mention, some of these items and topics will be part of a 2-year objective. And so if they haven't moved this year, many of them will still be in a place next year to potentially move forward. So we're looking at this as the 2-year cycle. On this page, there are some great things to talk about. Really pleased to continue to talk about the great things happening with LB 306. This is the adjustments or enhancements, I would say, to the LIHEAP program. And there's been an immense amount of work internally and by the senator and their staff sponsoring this, of just education focus, adding co-sponsors. We expect after the budget is debated that this bill would be an early one that will be discussed on the legislative floor. So just want to thank so many folks involved on this particular bill. The last bill on this slide is LB 368. This did pass. There were some initial early changes that we had, early questions we had around the bill and how we've stayed neutral. What it essentially would do is file a penalty if a report was required under law to be filed with the auditor. So that bill did move forward, it being not too controversial. On the next slide, here we go. LB 449, this was an item to add funding to the weatherization program within NDEE, the Nebraska Department of Energy and Environment. Really great news is that funding has been added into the budget bill process. So there is $200,000 for the biennium budget, so $100,000 each year to enhance that particular program. So we're excited about that and have good feeling that it'll stay intact through the budgeting process. So super pleased about that one. LB 460, this is on broadband. And so I'm going to bucket broadband together because there's a lot of discussion on broadband. Our bill has not moved from the committee. However, LB 388, which is not on the slide, this is a bill that the governor has asked for priority on, and it includes funding to support broadband across the state. I believe it's $20 million annually to support deployment. It has some other things around mapping and such within the bill. So the topic of broadband is continuing to be discussed. There's other bills or aspects that could be added to it. And so Seth is certainly actively engaged in those discussions on the topic. So I'm really glad to see the broadband discussion continuing to move forward. Mo, if you go to the next slide. This slide, LB 512, this was the Critical Infrastructure Utility Protection Act, if I get it right. It's not been voted out of committee. It may, but it's brought a lot of discussion. Senator Brewer has been a great sponsor for us to understand the needs and really to think about, it's not a reflection of how things have been handled in the pandemic world, but it's to prepare potentially for the future. And so that's really our position on the bill. And so that one may move. We're continuing to watch there. Next page, there's been no movements on the last few bills. We have updated the legislative committee on LR 48. That's related to the polar vortex and the hearing that was held last month. And there's been some other bills that we continue to watch and monitor. This is our priority focus, but if I put my economic development hat, there's others that are exciting to enhance the business climate for. There's some workforce items, there's some Innovation Act funding, et cetera. And so we continue to watch and keep great focus on those particular bills. But we're pretty pleased for the most part from where our legislative strategy went from in, I believe it was October or November when we shared with the PI committee to today, where we were very clear on adding some focus on weatherization, light heat, broadband, and critical infrastructure. So we're doing really well, and we still have a long way to go. If you saw the original slide, we've got to make it through June, so there is still a lot of work to happen. So I will pause there. Seth's on the line too if you have any other detailed questions about the bills, but that would conclude the prepared remarks for the state update. All righty, seeing none. Mo, would you go to the next slide? If you want to go one more, Mo, we're going to hang out on this slide. So there's other slides. If you want to go back one more, Mo, please. Perfect. This will be my talking slide, and I'm expecting there'll certainly be a few questions along the way. So here's where we're at. There is a lot going on in DC, even though there was some break last week. There's over 3,500 bills introduced in the House and Senate. About 155 relate to our energy space. One of the things that we did this update for the PI committee and for the public, we've included a federal bill tracker, which is unique. We've not always done that. We've also enhanced the format a little bit so you can see, what we're looking and what we're tracking. There's about 50 bills on that particular tracker. Many of them doing federal work come back. And so there may be concepts we've seen over 5, 10, 15 years. And so it's really helpful to track and see where those particular items go. And the process starts big, and then we start funneling down into big packages that will pass. And I'll speak to the latest of those in just a second. So that's a little bit of the process. And so we had some good discussions in the PI committee and then afterwards, and then with some others about, well, give us a refresher of more what we're doing in DC, like how do we do the work? And so I wanted to just touch on those real quick, and then I'll talk to the specifics here. Undoubtedly, COVID has made it very difficult to do some of the work, but we've pivoted in a strong way. And so, we got a lot of our work done by interactions, bumping into folks, conferences, et cetera, and that's changed. Seth would be in DC almost monthly or at least every other month. And so we've been changing the way we work, and that's been exciting. So to give you an example, we do some check-ins with our federal delegation. We've got one scheduled with Bacon coming up in a week or two. And so we're doing those things just to stay in touch. And then in with the work, we do a lot of the work through the staff offices. That's where a lot of things happen. And so staying close to staff and asking questions and giving resources. The annual reports are always helpful. The quick facts are always helpful. Providing big updates. So with Tim's transition announcement, that was a thing that we shared with our delegation as well. So those are some of the things that we see. We also know that coalition building is so helpful, and working closely with APPA and LPPC to stay connected in front of the various groups and authority for bills moving forward, ideas, et cetera. And so we stay extremely, extremely close. So those are some of the things that are going on and how we work in DC. And right now there's just a lot of analysis happening. And so I'll transition to talk a little bit about what's going on. So there's been many things teed up and some that are not on the slide. So I'll try and bucket it into a couple parts for the discussion. So there's how this will get done. And so you're probably watching, if you turn into any news station, they're talking about budget reconciliation. And that would allow some of these ideas to move forward without the supermajority of 60 votes to get through the Senate. And so the budget reconciliation process, there's, I believe, 2 left that can be done that really allows for some of this work to be done, not to get too far in the weeds for topics of revenue and spending and federal debt, which could get most of the energy-related policy moving. But we'll see how that all works. There's a whole process to that, and I'll touch on it in just a second. Again, Seth's here to really give you the details and long history of it. So watching how the process will work, that has been just interesting alone. And now I'll get into the policy. So there's the energy policy and then the tax piece of it. And I'll try and break them apart the best I can. So the first is the American Jobs Plan. And this is from President Biden, his large infrastructure and jobs package. This is huge. It's I think it's 2.7 trillion, started a little over $2 trillion. And it is a lot of things from ideas in the past to several new things. It has things in there from transportation, R&D, manufacturing improvements, small business aspects, but I kind of bucket it to transportation, building and utilities, and jobs and innovation. So extremely large. So we are keeping a very keen eye of what all is in here. And I'll pull it apart just a little bit to share some of the concepts of that over $2 billion. The largest kind of bucket, if I'm following correctly, is $174 billion for electric vehicle incentives and infrastructure. And that one, there's some goals set within that. So that includes charging stations, rebates, a goal for 500,000 stations, and then to electrify the federal fleet. And so there's a big bucket on just that. And there's other buckets of roads, transportation, et cetera, but that's just the EV bucket. And then I'll jump across to the electrical grid and clean energy space. There's $100 billion allocated there. And I know when Mary and Troy spoke earlier, there was some discussion about potential grid improvements. That's where possibly this could happen in this, at least in the proposal, just to give you the table stakes of where the negotiations will start. So there's $100 billion in there, and there's a lot of things in that $100 billion, from reform to things with FERC, which would move down to how SPP could work with transmission. There is a lot in that particular space. So we're watching that very keenly. You know, to give a couple examples, there's $100 billion for broadband. There's $300 billion for retooling and incentivizing manufacturers and small businesses. So just a massive, massive package. And so we are absolutely looking through that. But that's the policy part of this. And then there's a tax piece on the other side, which I'll come to in a second. Then another couple packages on the energy policy slide, which is on the slide, is the Clean Futures Act. This proposal is over 900 pages. We're reviewing it in detail now. APPA has a summary. Their summary, I think, is 25 pages. Seth and our team has been working with subject matter experts. I counted my list this morning. There's over 20, looking at the different aspects just to understand what's in this particular bill, how it relates to us, what we might need to lobby on. And it goes from power to building codes to transportation. There's some industrial aspects. There's state climate plan potential, just a lot packaged into that. And so we have been diligently reviewing that proposal and working with APPA to understand what pieces and parts need more analysis. So that particular proposal is out there. And then there's the infrastructure package, which is the LIFT Act, which is another part pulled in. I believe it's every 5 years, a large transportation infrastructure package usually moves forward. And so that's packed in there as well. There's some other parts around EV tax credits, et cetera, in that piece, or in some of that discussion. And then there's the tax part, and I got ahead of myself a little bit. So moving to the tax part, there is a tax piece to President Biden's proposal that changes a variety of things, and that's got a lot of debate as well. And then the Green Act is the tax piece where there's some things around EVs, investment tax credits, et cetera. And so those are the big proposals. And then since the PI update, the carbon tax and dividend proposal is in the House. That's HR 2307. It's a real, I think it's I haven't read every word for word, but it's almost the same bill as the last Congress, but it does have some different co-sponsors. And so that changes some of the dynamics on how the bill may move forward. So that's the one bill we've seen that relates to carbon tax, which is a question that we've received a lot from the board and others. And so there is that tax side of the overall, call it energy policy. So I'll pause there. I threw out a lot, and hopefully I was able to package it up between the proposals, the tax side, and then the process to move forward. It's going to take quite some time for this to move forward. And so that is one of the blessings and curses in DC. There's some runway that we have to continue to work through and understand the aspects that are important for our business and for our customers. So I'll pause there if there's questions, and again, Seth's on the line. He can talk any details that you'd like as well on some of the specifics too.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that update. And Seth, is there anything you wanted to add before I don't see any hands raised, but is there anything that you want to add before I close this out?
Sure. I think Tim did a great job on laying it out. And the main thing that I just want to let everyone know too is a lot of this is going to change. There's similar pieces in each part. So what we see today is probably not going to be what's in there 3 months from now. It more than likely will not be there in 6 months from now. So we are constantly looking at this to make sure we know where it is. And that's where our subject matter experts come in and everyone else that we rely on. So a lot of paper to read. I think just the proposals that are on here now is well over 2,000 pages, and it's a daunting task, but we're up for it, and we've done it before, and we'll continue to do it going forward.
Good work. Thank you. And I don't see any hand raised, so Amanda, I think that the PI committee is complete.
All right, thank you very much, Director Mulhall. Okay, let's, how about we take a 5-ish, 10-minute break, and then we can come back and do our last few items that we have on our agenda. So
Coming back?
Let all of us are coming back.
No, but when? But when?
At 2:50.
At 2:50. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is everyone back? I may have lost them all.
You need audio confirmation, Amanda? I'm here.
No, I just was expecting to see a bunch of videos pop up on my screen. Okay, there we go.
And you just saw me and that disappointed you. I know, I get it.
That's okay. You and I can have a conversation, Tim, anytime. Okay, on to the other business section of our meeting. We'll first go ahead and confirm the board meeting agenda for Thursday evening. Note the time is 5 p.m. at Omaha Douglas Civic Center. So in person for the board members, you have the public has the ability to join either in person or remotely. We encourage the remote option. It works just as well and keeps everyone safe. So, okay, so we have, it looks like 6 items on the consent action list. Do any of these need to move into the discussion area? Just a reminder that if it remains on consent, the board will not have a discussion at the board meeting. It will only be open to the public to comment on.
I would say given the conversation on SD5, it seems appropriate to pull that off.
Okay.
I concur.
All right, we'll do that. Let's see, I think Mo was leaving our meeting. Is that something that you're capturing and will make a change?
Yeah, Scott was going to be taking Mo's spot on the.
I am capturing it. Thank you.
Okay.
Very good.
All right. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure that that was happening. Are there any other items?
I wonder if item 8 maybe should be discussed just so people understand it, because it has to do with money and trust agreements. Just explained.
Yep, we can certainly move that into that. And then Javier, maybe if you could be at the ready to describe those trust agreement changes again on Thursday, that would be helpful.
Certainly. Just as a point of clarification, are you expecting another presentation like the one I did today, or just ready to answer any questions?
High level.
High level. Okay.
A higher level presentation than today, and then ready for questions.
We'll be ready. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Rick, for the physical cue there. All right, I think, does that do it for us? Okay. All right, so now on to the review of the board work plan. Sorry, my notes just went away. Okay, so we have made some progress on SD7. So that one is going to be moving into a public comment period. SD11. This one is currently sitting as being slated for late second or early third quarter. Any changes to this item that we need to note here? Okay, I'm seeing head shakes of no. SD13 is also kind of in the same boat with a late second or early third quarter discussion. And so no changes on that one. Okay. And then SD9. Director Williams, you and I and CEO Burke still need to talk about the prioritization of this. I recognize that Systems Committee is now hands off on SD7, and so would potentially be ready to dive in. And we just need to make sure that that marries up with senior management and staff priorities as well.
Thanks.
Okay. And then SD2, rates policy revision. Director Yoder?
Yes. It's a topic of conversation. There are work items promised by both myself and management coming up. So when will there be a revision for the rest of the committee? June, maybe?
Okay.
What I'm thinking.
All right. So Scott, if we could add that just as the notes of maybe June or July return to this one.
Certainly, we'll
I see
capture
that the next monitoring report's listed as 6/15, so that might work out really well to have the monitoring report, and then July have maybe some new revision language that we're looking at.
I concur, Chair Bogner, and if I may add, just that aligns well with the budget preparation season, COP, right as we start the heavy lifting on the budget. It will be very valuable for the team to have this clarity as we prepare the budget for 2022. So Director Yoder and I have talked about the time frame, and June, July sounds like a great time frame for us.
Thanks for that input, Javier. Appreciate it.
All right, the last item on this sheet right now is SD4, and this would also fall to Systems Committee, but you have not started this work yet. Would it be your preference, Director Williams, to work through SD9 before SD4?
Yeah, I believe so. And SD4, we've talked in the past about the need for some external updates related to a reliability and resilience metric discussion. I'm sorry, specifically resilience metric, which is the targeted update in this policy. And Troy and staff have highlighted that external discussion at SPP or FERC might help inform how we set a metric or make a policy update here. So this one is not as, intended to move forward, but we don't have any specific next steps until we kind of get some more external information. Is that check with your understanding, Troy?
Yes, it does. Sorry,
Great.
it took me a second to get off mute and hit my video.
Yep. Thanks very much.
I
So
was checking my list to make sure you're still here.
for now, we're kind of just in a holding pattern on that one. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Okay, so then we have a couple items here on the parking lot, SD1, Strategic Foundation. And this was suggested by Director Yoder and would fall to probably the Governance Committee. Governance is a bit stacked right now. So I don't know if Director Moody, would you like to comment on when this might move forward?
Nope, I'm not going to comment on when. What I can tell you are next steps, which is Director Yoder had a handful of questions and comments on the first version of the SD1 monitoring report. And the next step was for Director Yoder and CEO Burke to have a conversation about some of those matters. So that's the bottleneck for us right now.
Go ahead, Tim.
No, and so Director Yoder and I already have a meeting set up, I think this week. So maybe tomorrow, maybe Thursday, sometime this week. So we'll have that.
All the solutions you've been waiting for will be in front of you by Thursday night.
Thanks.
Okay, very good. I would think that maybe some of that conversation also spans into the second item here, governance discussion of concepts that span multiple SDs. Am I right, or is that a totally different topic, Director Yoder?
Yeah, I think that is a different topic, and I think that does require all of governance rather than just a one-on-one to begin the conversation. Scott, I think, helped me put this on the parking lot. The idea is that topics such as affordability that span more than one SD, how do we manage that? And if you need some kind of prompting paper, bullets, straw man, I guess I can do that. Help me, governance chair.
Let's go back 2 slides if we can. Scott, I think you're running the show right now. I want to go to our process. There you go. So this to me, and I think this conversation that we're having is actually reinforcing a pretty big gap in what we have today, which is separate from what you just asked about, but I'm going to say it anyway, Rick, which is documenting what we know already. And I don't want to pick on anyone, but Eric, you and Troy, like what you just said, we should have that in writing. And that should be the case for all of these so that Amanda doesn't have to go line by line and say, where are we at? What next steps? Who's doing what? That's an easy solution. That's just us getting our ducks in a row. To your point, Rick, sorry, I got to move my chat out of the way so I can see here. So I do think that if the next step is to evaluate and determine the resource requirements, that's one that falls on Tim and the SMT to understand, okay, what is the what is the board member looking for? Like let's wrap our head around it. So if something needs to be put in writing in order to better articulate what the problem is that we're solving, then I would say yes, that would be helpful. Mm-hmm. Because once we have that, then Tim is going to be able to go, okay, I need to figure out what resources we need to deploy and when they might be available in order to move some of that stuff forward. So it's the same issue with respect to SDs, right? Like, is interpretation the same as what we're describing? And so to the extent that we have something in writing describing the issue and what the potential course forward might be, I think that would be helpful. And then we just have to figure out what the resources are needed, what the, if that's going to have implications for other resources, and then just kind of do that balancing act throughout the organization. Because, in any of these cases, Tim may come back and say, well, that's great, we can do that, but we're going to have to set aside something else that's really important. And then there just needs to be full transparency about what's going to get accelerated and what's going to get stopped in response to these things.
So assuming everybody nods to what you're saying, which I don't think is a big assumption, is there a date we should have those that language available to supplement our work plan?
Well, each committee looks at their work plan every committee meeting, right? So like that's a touch point. And then obviously our all committees meetings are touch points when we all take a look at them. I don't want to imply that the full breadth of everything is included in the work plan summary, but if there's a document behind that, Rick, that needs to kind of lay it out a little bit more clearly, that's the document that I assume that Tim would benefit from, so he can kind of start to understand, and the committee for that matter. So there's the summary work plan document, right, that says what are all the things, and then if there are things behind that that describe in more detail what it is that we're talking about. For the committees and for Tim in particular, I think that would be important and helpful to have. I think from a timing standpoint, like it really, obviously getting it ready so that everybody has a chance to review it during the committee meeting and perhaps in advance so we can ask questions and make sure that it's tight would be valuable. And then from there, I think it's just going to depend on what it looks like. I think they're all going to have different paces, quite honestly. So it's hard to say what the next milestones would be.
Yeah, so the way I absolutely agree with you. I think the discussion needs to occur, one at the committee level, one to identify how big this and how deep and what's the scope and the scale, just to really understand it. And then my team and I will get together and really understand, what kind of resources do we need to support it? And that'll be the conversation that I would have with the committee chair and the chair of the board to say, hey, here is what we see as the requirements to be able to meet that. Now, here's the timeline that we think we can meet that based on the resources we need. And that begins to lay out the plan in which we can move forward with what that would look like. And then if the board says, hey, that's got to take higher priority, then what we would do is come back and say, here are the resources that if we're going to use these resources, here are the other things that would have to move to the right. a month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, whatever that number is. So we understand that kind of scale and scope of stuff that's going on. And I think we had a conversation in governance that, you know, there may be opportunities where you bring in outside resources to help support that. But in many cases, you can't, because those outside resources need inside resources to help support and govern and do some of that related work. It's not a quick kind of construction project to complete where I don't need a lot of internal resources to help support that. So that's the way I see that discussion going with the chair of the committee and the chair of the board. Over.
Yeah, and sorry, Amanda, let me just real quick. I think, you know, there's also the element of whatever the case, whatever the situation, one board member, you know, bringing something to the committee. And then I think there's an element of the committee sort of coming to consensus that, yeah, that warrants further discussion, deliberation. Tim, yeah, go take a look and see what resources. So in other words, I don't want, and this goes for everybody, right? Like this is not unique to any one board member. I don't want one board member putting something on the parking lot that then creates a ton of work on Tim's part to try and understand, okay, how big, if there's no consensus on the part of a committee, let alone the full board, with respect to whether or not it should, you know, start to peak outside of the parking lot. So that's a little bit built into the process. Amanda, go ahead. I stepped on you.
No, that's fine. So I think if we forward a slide just to look at this and kind of zoom back with that context. Really, these ones are being already identified and driven by the committee. There are, like on SD9, we need to do that alignment with Burke and make sure that we understand the scale and scope of that revision, and then we can figure out if it's falling into the committee's work and how that's going to move forward. And then if we go one more slide forward now to the parking lot, I think the onus is on you right now, Rick, to kind of define what that scope looks like so that we can have that conversation at the governance pre-committee meeting to know whether these are going to move forward. Is that a fair summary of all those things? Okay. And then right now we're also paused on the ad hoc committee for market transformation. I need to probably remind myself what that was expected to be like, because I think that was something ad hoc that the chair can institute or not. So we're going to pause on that a little while longer. So
and Director Bogner, if I might add on that particular item,
yes,
part of SD9 began to address part of this last item. It remains unseen as to whether or not SD9 is going to address this last item in its entirety because of where we are in the development process. So this particular item is staying on the parking lot just as a reminder, and at some point after SD9, it may be taken off. And then to Director Moody's point, as we document what we know already in this status, I think that will become clearer and more helpful. So we'll be adding that between this month's reporting and next month's reporting so that we can continue to develop and evolve the list in that way.
Okay, thank you for that connection point between the market transformation item and SD9. I thought that might be the case, but I'm glad that you were able to confirm that for me. All right, any other items that we need to throw in the parking lot right now? This might be the time for that, if anyone has something.
I don't have an item for the parking lot, but I am recalling a conversation somewhere along the line that there needs to be some record keeping of processes that have been gone through and decisions that were previously made, I think with rationale, so that those arguments don't have to be re-articulated again, that we can look at that as needed. And I'm not sure how that is all supposed to work. So if you have thoughts, please share.
This is a new process.
And
So I
I
don't
will
think
just
any
add
of
that
us.
our intention is I will take a look at it and try to make it best recall from senior management recollection. At least we can draft it up that way. Then we could take an opportunity to review in the pre-committee type meeting to make sure that that's everyone's shared understanding. I think we should be able to provide that documentation pretty readily by May's meeting in any event, to the satisfaction of the board would be my hope.
All right, very good.
Thank you.
Let's see, I saw that you rose your hand, Director Spurgeon. I assume you're complete now, and no one else has their hand raised. So, okay. All right, let's move on now to our last item of the day, the Power with Purpose update. So, Tim, would you like to?
Sure. We talked a little bit about Power with Purpose in the closed session. This is our opportunity to share some of the public information to the public who may be listening. And obviously this session, all committee meeting is recorded, will be put on the intranet site for OPPD. I'll turn it over to Mary, and I think she'll have her team give a quick public update on Power with Purpose. So Mary.
Thank you, Tim. Yes, we are really pleased to come and give this update today and have some great news for not only the board of directors, but the public at large, and I'm happy to share some exciting news. With that, I will turn it over to Courtney Kennedy to go through our solar update. Courtney?
Hello. All right, so great, everything's working. Yes, as Mary said, we'll do a quick solar project update, and then I'll pass it on to transmission routing and siting. So with that, if we can go to the next slide, please. So real quick, we just wanted to provide kind of a high-level check-in, as we've done previously, on where we're at in the project. So as you can see, we're in Q2 and making good progress. Next slide, please. And we can go one more. So as we continue to keep you updated, we have ongoing technical and commercial negotiations with multiple solar suppliers for potential contracts. But as Mary said, we're excited to share this month that we do have an announcement on our first utility scale solar project for OPPD. So if we go to the next slide and give a little bit more about that. So the project we're announcing is a partnership with Community Energy on the Platteview Solar Project. This is in Saunders County, just south of Utan, at 81 megawatts. We executed a contract recently that'll be a 20-year PPA with a planned operation date for spring of 2023, which really meets kind of the time frame that we had outlined for the Power with Purpose project. So we're excited to kick off and begin that project as we continue to work on sourcing of the other solar. If no questions there, I think I will hand it back to Danny Bilt to move into the transmission update.
Courtney, before we go from the solar, if you'd go back one slide, please, Scott. I would just like to congratulate the team. There's been a lot of effort across the district. 20 to 25 people, subject matter experts, really working diligently to bring us this first contract. We've learned a lot along the way. This is our first solar contract, and it's taken us some time to really gather, all of the technical information that we need to negotiate what we think is going to be a very good long-term contract with Community Solar. So I just want to say congratulations to the team. Okay, Dan.
All right, thanks, Mary. Scott, we jump to the next slide there. So what I'm going to be doing today is providing a brief update similar to what we've been doing since January for the routing, siting, public involvement process for the Sarpy Southwest Transmission Project. So this update's mostly going to cover the Phase 2 public meeting that was held in March 30 to be exact. So just as a real simple review of the overall project, the scope includes the route selection and subsequent construction of 3 new transmission lines to connect between the new and existing substations in the area. The purpose of this project really is to support increasing customer load growth in this region, as well as to connect the new Turtle Creek's generation station, as well as maintain the strong system reliability that we have in that area. So the map at the right was really introduced to the stakeholders in phase 2, which indicates the route alternative options that OPPD would be able to construct, taking into account the known constraints of this area, as well as the result of the phase 1 stakeholder input. So throughout phase 1 and phase 2, OPPD has really been seeking to gain the additional information from stakeholders that really gives us more insight into the unknown constraints in the area, things that aren't available necessarily by public record. So information such as the current and future land use, locations of agricultural infrastructure such as tile systems, irrigation systems, and as well as plans for future land use such as residential development, commercial development. Those are really the key inputs that we're going to need as part of our routing effort to make sure that we're choosing the most optimal route for this project. So the reduced number of route segments that we presented in this phase 2 really allows us to get very targeted feedback and gain additional insight to the information in this area. So although the types of feedback we're looking for is similar between phase 1 and phase 2 with fewer route segments allows us to really dig a little bit deeper into the constraints that landowners feel are the most important. So go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So by way of a few statistics, here's kind of the results of our phase 2 public meeting that took place on March 30. 39 total attendees. 8 of those attendees completed a survey, and as you can see from the bullet there, that there were actually fairly positive impressions of the meeting itself. So we have 7 of the 8 that responded of satisfied or very satisfied with the overall meeting itself. An additional interesting point is that of those 8, 5 preferred the virtual meeting concept that we've been using throughout this COVID environment. So that's an additional takeaway that we can maybe use in future routing sessions for the district, but a good win for this project. We also continue to see strong value from the online tools that we're using on this project. So 312 site visits to OPPD Community Connect, 10 comments received so far on the online comment mapping tool, which continues to pay dividends by allowing the constituents to place a pin on a map to really pinpoint the points that they really want to make for our routing team to be able to review. The comments at this stage of the process really match a lot of our expectations in a project of this size and in this portion of our territory. Really being in this fringe metro area, we're starting to see a lot of the blend of concerns with both agriculture as well as future development as this area begins its transition away from the agricultural purposes more into commercial residential developments. Jump to the next slide, please. So this is my last slide, but it's a little bit detailed from a overall timeline perspective, but really what it's intending to do is really emphasize and highlight the many ways in which we're attempting to reach out to our customers and our other stakeholders involved with this project to get their feedback. So phase 2 itself is going to be closed as of the end of the day today. So our online comment mapping tool is available through April 13th. So through the day today, that online comment mapping tool will allow those interested to place comments in that map. The results of that phase 2 work, as well as the inputs from that map, will proceed then into our phase 3 routing discussions, which will begin next week. So what the project team will do is take all of the comments we received to date, as well as incorporate any kind of engineering or other environmental impacts that we might know about in this region, and begin to take the multiple route options down to what we would consider to be a single preferred route for each of the 3 lines that we're going to be building for this project. The final phase of the routing side and public involvement process really involves the announcement of the final route. And so for this project, on the timeline here, we have that scheduled for the May 18th committee date. And in that route announcement, once we finalize that portion of the project, we'll then begin to engage landowners in a more direct way by beginning field activities such as survey, environmental assessments, detailed engineering, and other things that might be a little bit more directly impacting or at least require more direct communication with the landowners. And with that, I'll take any questions. All right, very good.
Thanks, Danny.
Yeah, I don't see any questions. Tim O'Brien.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to talk about stakeholder outreach and the great collaboration across the district. Courtney and Danny did an excellent job hitting kind of a couple of the highlights that I have on the slide here. As Danny mentioned, great progress is being had on the Turtle Creek Station area and then transmission around the particular site. And so we've been continuing to keep the updates on our website at oppdcommunityconnect.com. Another part we've had interest in is when's the next time we're going to go at the other facility at Standing Bear Lake. So we're planning another update around the mid-June timeline. We're trying to finalize those details when we have great information to share with stakeholders and those interested in the area. That could include some site updates, when we start moving towards construction, what does that look like? What could stakeholders understand or expect? And so we're moving towards doing something in June, probably a virtual event or some other education pushed out by those that have came to past events as well. So we're working on the planning of that, but that's our target for that particular event and update. Last on solar, as Mary mentioned and Courtney, really excited to have the first project announced. And so there's been a lot of questions about solar and education. And so we're working closely to help educate. And we have a lot of material on our OPPD Community Connect website and also working with the developers for the Platteview site. And in that area, some of the residents are having questions about how the project works and what OPPD's role is within the particular project. So those are the three big parts for us. Mo, if you'd go to the last slide, this is the last one I have. This is the whole plethora of ways that stakeholders can engage and continue to engage and be informed. And so I have all of them listed on the right side, everything from updates in the bill inserts and outlets. We've been doing that almost monthly, to a lot of content on OPPD Community Connect, and then a whole archive through our Power with Purpose journey is still there as well. And so we're continuing to make those updates. That concludes my remarks unless there's any questions.
I do not see any questions. Okay. All right, Mary.
Chair Wagner, I think that concludes our report.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for to everyone for bearing with us on this long agenda day. I am going to follow up with each of the board members to make sure that this week you are clear on which CEO interviews you are scheduled to attend. So stay tuned shortly for some contact from me. And we will see everyone again on Thursday afternoon, if not before. Thank you very much.